I work through the teething. There you go. I can hear myself being amplified now. So just a few housekeeping issues. The SSID is guest at Corinthia. Username, TADSummit, password, TADSummit. We couldn't make it easier. So hopefully I don't need to repeat that. And yes, we are going to break the Wi-Fi. So every hotel we ever go to, we break the Wi-Fi. The only time we've never had the Wi-Fi broken was over at IST, and they have basically a gigabit connection to the internet and one of the most advanced Wi-Fi setups we've ever had. There you go. I can hear myself being amplified. Oh, sorry. I know what's happening there. Let me just... A few housekeeping issues. I apologize for that. Stop. There you go, okay. Oh, what can I say? Let me get back. Here we go. Okay, from current slide. I forgot about that. So, as I said in a previous life, we are going to break the Wi-Fi. Just a quick review of who's here. We have roughly 45% developers, enterprise, about 25% technology provider, 25% service provider, and then hangers-on like analysts and consultants. This is a change from the previous 2 years. Roughly it was a third. So our objective has been to grow attendance in the developer community and particularly in the enterprise community. So it's good to see that growth. Why are we all here in this event is because we're open. That's the key with TADS, is bringing everybody in the ecosystem together to grow the ecosystem. A few thank yous to the sponsors, Appidays, Dialogic, Ericsson, Genband, Senid Mobile, Huawei, Matrix, Metaswitch, Nexmo, Oracle Communications, Telestax, Tropo, Truephone, Ubuntu Canonical, and WSO2. Again, that number of sponsors shows that we're bringing the ecosystem together. We also have quite a few partners that help us in bringing so many people together. Just to highlight a few, CM Telecom, we've got OpenCell, TimeTech, and the VUC have been very helpful in promotion, and Zoipa. You'll be able to hear from Zoipa tomorrow. So again, there's a whole number of not just sponsors, but partners that are helping us create this event and bringing everybody together. Just a few trends to highlight why telecom app development is growing. I've said this many times, the internet has democratized telecoms. It's no longer held in ivory towers of telcos and their vendors. Anybody can do it. It's to the point where it's not even an API. You just need a web form and you can create services. Also, it's a web-centric approach. The web's one, we're getting with the program, and it's important, though, that we don't do black and white thinking, that the web is an amazing entry point into the world of telecoms. As we see in TADHack, a lot of developers get into telco app development through WebRTC, discover what they can do, and then realize just how powerful the telecom APIs are, and they can then start doing stuff with real physical assets with their phones. So the APIs have been a key trend in driving this democratization. Now, of course, we use this word telecoms. Now, the Bay Area bullshit machine will use cloud communications because they're scared to use the word telecoms. We're proud of it. Basically, it's a word that transcends telco. It's a word that really does define communications of all forms over a distance. So we have pride in using that because the internet's democratized it. Anybody can use it. And that's an important point in terms of democratization, is that it enables you to use it locally. And one of the things that we do with TADHack is have events running all around the world. And we're seeing that local companies using telco capabilities to create local services that keeps the jobs and wealth in the local community rather than making VCs in the Bay Area even richer. So telecoms has a very important play across a whole range of fronts. And we have two sets of events. We have TADHack which is focused on technology, developers, and creativity, unashamedly so. And then we have the summit, and that's what we're here to do today. And that's more business focused. It's focused on sharing best practices. It's showing how this ecosystem is growing and how we're making business in using telecom app development. And our objective is to create a $150 billion ecosystem. And just a little bit on TADHack. We've had 2,000 people registered through 2015. Bear in mind, we only started last year with TADHack. It's not just for programmers. It's product, design people. We have teams with that diversity, and guess what? Diverse teams win. We have a lot of student involvement. Businesses are realizing this on-demand revolution applies to any business, not just taxis or renting a room. And they're looking at how they can use those capabilities of linking people to back-end processes using telecom capabilities. And of course, with TADHack, it's a great event for developers to spend 2 days having fun and creating amazing services. And through this year, we've distributed over $60,000 in prize money, so developers have fun, free food, meet cool people, hack, and have a chance, and a good chance, to win some cash out of it. And here's just a few pictures. This is our first ever TADHack back in Madrid. I see quite a few people that were involved in that and several winners here. Here's from this year. In Turkey, we ran an event, and a team of 15-year-olds won one of the prizes. Our first husband and wife team was in Melbourne earlier this year. Sri Lanka, of course, has and leads all TADHack locations. They have the most developers involved, they have the most hacks, they have a very mature telecom app development community, and are creating wealth through lots of startups that are being successful in using these capabilities. Here we have a local team that won in June over at IST with TADCall, and you'll be hearing more about that hack this afternoon in the TADHack developers breakout stream. And we had a second husband and wife team win last month in Chicago. So we've got a bit of a trend there. Just to restate, the important trends we're seeing in telecom app development are the rise of the enterprise. That's driving the bulk of telecom innovation. The rise of enterprise-focused service providers that are making significant money. The democratization of telecoms, and we're achieving a 50% compound annual growth rate in TADSummit attendance. So it shows this is a community growing on all fronts. Some rules. Ask questions, okay? Don't be shy. Please stop Dean, the man over there, asking all the questions, okay? You'll soon learn who Dean is, but please stop him asking all the questions. Network, everyone here can help you, okay? We've all got a common interest. Network with everyone here. There's a lot of new business that you will create. From last year, Mark and Edwin met up at TADSummit, and then surreal experience. I was in Lagos in Nigeria giving a workshop for MTN, and then those two guys just walked into my workshop, and it was like, what the hell are you doing here? Again, it was they met at TADSummit, they realized a common interest, and they're building mutual business together. That's just one of many examples of the opportunities we create here. Exhibition stand is over in the as you leave on the far left-hand side. That's where we'll be serving the coffee breaks and also the food at lunchtime. The breakout sessions, as you leave, go to the right, far corner, and that's where the breakout sessions will be. So we'll have one in here and two over at the far side. And enjoy. This is a really cool group of people, so you'll have fun over the next 2 days. A few thank yous. For Locatrix, they're going to be running mPoll, so we're going to be polling you through the event. They also provided the TADS app that's available in the Apple and Android store. We've just updated it, so the agenda is up to date. So please go and download the latest version, because we'll also be doing, with mPoll, some SMS, also some notifications, some push with the app as well for the polling. So we want to try out both methods, see what the response rates are. We'll be blogging about it afterwards. So we eat our own dog food here. Also, I'd like to thank Lightspark for running the remote networking. So again, you go to TADSummit, go to event, and we have the remote networking tool there. Then just a few more housekeeping issues before I move on to introducing Paolo for his presentation. There's some stickers on your badges. So the yellow sticker means you're involved in the speed networking in the morning and afternoon sessions. So some of the telcos, Martina, Gregors, you've got the yellow sticker on. The speed networking is going to be over by the registration desk. So at the coffee break this morning, go over to the registration desk there for the speed networking, and they'll bring coffee over to you. The blue one is the most valuable one, and that is for the Troppo Cisco dinner. Now, we have a few spaces left. We have a wait list. So if you want to get a blue sticker, John, if you'd stand, I'll just pick on John. John is the provider of this feast, so talk to that man and explain why you should be going to the dinner if you don't have a blue sticker. Thank you, John. And then hopefully after lunchtime, we'll get the list finalized. And if you've got a blue sticker by in the afternoon, that means you're going to the dinner again. For the dinner, there'll be buses that'll be leaving. So just come to registration before 6:30, and then we'll get the buses, and then we'll go down to Café Lusso. So that's going to be a special treat, courtesy of the Troppo guys. There's a couple of other colors. If you have a green sticker, that's for networking in the afternoon today. And if you have a red sticker, that's for the speed networking this morning. So, Enrique, when you leave, you don't turn left to get coffee, you turn right and you go to the speed networking. So that's it. Said my piece. Thank you, and let's get on with the show. So, Paolo, if you could come on down and get set up. I normally try to enforce people to put it all onto one laptop. I've given up with that. We have so many demos and interactive presentations that I decided we'll just let people run from their laptops and keep our fingers crossed that it works. Now, Paolo's from Portugal Telecom. They have a very mature API platform. They expose the most APIs of any telco, and on a per subscriber basis, I think there's maybe one other telco on the planet that approaches the volume of API transactions per month that they achieve. So they're definitely one to watch, and with that, I'll hand over to you, Paolo.
Thank you, Alan. Good morning and welcome. I would like to start by thank you, Alan, for organizing the TADSummit. Quite a very important initiative, in my opinion. So I'm going to present something that I try to be a bit provocative, and so I hope that can stimulate somehow your brains. So let's have a look on the different two ways that today we have to deliver services into the market. So we have the federated model used by telcos, and then we have the walled garden model used by over-the-top players. And for federation, we really need well-defined standards. And standards, of course, the purpose is to enable full interoperability worldwide. But to reach agreements for standardizations, it takes a long time and lots of effort. And standardization really doesn't promote differentiation between telcos. But we are trying hard, and we are producing more and more standards. And at the end, in order to be fully compliant with standards, solutions are really complex, and they cost a lot to deploy, to integrate, to maintain. But we still have very good assets to exploit, like identity management, trust, security in general. The market recognizes that we are able to deliver reliable services, but developers, they don't like us. On the other side, we have the over-the-top. They know how to deal with developers, how to drive big and creative developer communities. And they are leading the innovation. This big community of developers also help them to be more competitive, more agile in the market. And another aspect is that over-the-tops really don't concern too much with standards. And very often they build their own solutions. But of course there are also some problems. They follow a walled garden model which prevents to have full interoperability between users from different domains. And if I want to move from one service provider, over-the-top service provider, to another, it's quite impossible to take my identity and data with me. And if I want to be in touch with users from other domains, I have to have accounts in different service providers and also applications installed in my devices. And they also have some issues with privacy and security. So it's time to rethink, to think about new service delivery models that allows full interoperability without requiring federation, that is able to sustain small service providers in the market, giving more power to users, let them control their identity and data, use new service paradigms that like web microservices that are securely associated with users, and use new concepts like protocol on the fly that enables interoperability without requiring big standards. And also this new model should enable the usage of new technologies like software-defined networks without requiring to increase too much the complexity of the network. And also this new model should really improve user experience, consistent user experience, avoiding the need to move from app to app. At the end, this new model also requires a change of the DNA of telcos. So I invite you to have a look on this new project, a Rethink project, where we are thinking about new service delivery models. We are going to provide in open source next year a reference implementation of this service delivery model. So please have a look. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you, Paolo. Any questions for Paolo? If not, oh yeah, I'll just squeeze through here. Excuse me, Moshe.
Thanks, Alan. Hi, good morning, Paolo. Kumi Thiruchal from WSO2 Telco. So I was intrigued by your comments about legacy networks and software-defined networks. Why do you think that future software-defined networks won't be as complex, or how do you hope to reduce complexity in SDN and NFV-based networks of the future?
Okay, very good question. Yes, so the approach that we are looking for is really an approach where we are having the service logic closer to the user. So this means that the user device will have lots of the service logic, and also the ability to move this service logic around different devices. And so this will reduce the need to have the service logic in the network. So we minimize as much as possible the software that is running the service logic in the network. So in this way, we really be able to focus on the network what is really needed. And in this case, it will be really like software-defined networks. For example, we should minimize, in our perspective, the usage of orchestration as much as possible. That's something that we see that will increase a lot the complexity of the network.
Excellent. Round of applause for Paolo, please. So I'd now like to invite Olivier, if you can come on down. So Olivier is a telecom app developer. He is the founder and CEO of Roger Voice. So we're very pleased to have you. Thank you so much. And I'll let you get yourself set up. Okay, let me get you an adapter.
I don't have an adapter. Okay. Actually, can one of the team bring my computer up? I would just plug this in.
Okay. As you could guess, I'd found all the presenters apart from Olivier, so we were able to get everything set up apart from this one. We're here now.
Thank you.
Perfect. I'll let you go, Olivier.
I'm going to start with a short video.
One thing.
Sound.
Hey, Mom!
Dad, is that you? Is everything okay?
Yes, so happy to be calling you. How is Dad?
He's doing great, but honey, you hear me well on the phone?
I read you perfectly.
Hi, I'm Olivier. I'm the founder of Roger Voice. I'm deaf. I have over 80% hearing loss, and I'm not the only one. There are millions of people worldwide like me.
To communicate, hard of hearing people use lip reading or a sign. But you can't do that over a phone. Important moments happen around a phone call. But for hard of hearing people, such experiences can be frustrating or even impossible. That's exactly why we created Roger Voice, the first worldwide phone app for deaf people. Roger Voice automatically transcribes into text any phone conversation.
We've been working on the technology and the design for over a year now, testing and getting feedback from many of you.
The technology is finally here to make this happen.
Thank you. This is the message I wanted to put across. The technology is finally here to make this happen. And this is why people like you are important.
Did everybody hear me? Thank you. And so, let me get back to my presentation. So this project is helping people like me who are deaf to be able to make phone calls. And this project really came out of nowhere. I had no idea what I was doing. I'm not an engineer. I can't code for shit. But I understand a bit about telecoms because I used to work for Orange. And I was convinced there was something to voice recognition and telecommunications making a big impact on people's lives. And so we started out by iterating. We were not spending a lot of money. And this is what's incredible. Today, you have a computer, and you can find open source projects everywhere. And you start putting out ideas out there. And so we thought we had something. We started a massive crowdfunding campaign. We needed a little bit of money to pay for developers. And so we had a 20,000 goal, and in 1 week, okay, let's go further. 35,000, why not? And we had a lot of press hype. People loved our project. It made sense. And every time an article was written about the project, it was not only an opportunity to talk about deaf people and why it's important for us to be able to make phone calls, but also because it's an opportunity to talk about disruption in telecommunications, about how somebody who is not an engineer, has no assets, no resources, can do something different. It doesn't matter if only 1 in 1,000 people are concerned. Today, there's no small market because telecommunications and technology in general is able to expand or shrink to whatever needs you have. And this is what's incredible about technology today. I'm only talking about like something nobody really cares, but with technology from OTT providers, the impact is huge. It's really what Alan said about the democratization of telecommunications. And so, if you want to have an impact on people's lives, if you have a small project and it makes sense to you, it doesn't matter if it's not $1 billion market. You don't need $1 billion market today to survive because the technology we're using today doesn't need billions of dollars to make it work. It just needs people like you. Thank you. Yeah, I'll have just one more thing to say. Thank you. So what we're doing is a novel idea, and I'm trying to wrap my head around this. What is it? Why do people need a telephone that writes? So it's just for deaf people. But I'm also thinking, there's more to it than that. What if I'm talking through this microphone and want to have meeting minutes of this conference? And so it just appears on the computer. You don't have to write down notes. And then you search for keywords. Wow, that would be great. And so there's a lot more to it than just helping deaf people. We're trying to open up doors to thinking differently. And when we think about accessibility in general, accessibility is making things accessible to everybody, not just for handicapped people. I'm talking about accessibility as in a different way of thinking. The remote control. Who invented the remote control? I think it was used in hospitals. Because people are in bed with their legs up on something, and you can't go out and reach the TV. So you had remote controls. It's great. There are many users for a telephone that writes that I can think of. And I'm hoping that a community of entrepreneurs like you will think about this a little bit more. And so this is how each of you are bringing a different element to this. So of course you have voice over IP, which is core to this experience. Then we have voice recognition, which is new and it's exploding. I'm talking about like exponential growth. We're talking about like deep speech, deep learning right now, which is changing the game. And of course, we have mobile, which is ubiquitous. It's everywhere. And it's making people powerful. You have something in your hand that is changing lives. Just, wow, it's democratic. And so this is a bit of our architecture. It's very simple graphic. And we're just, once again, most of the IP is at the core. It's about communications, about bringing people together. It's not mobile devices. Mobile devices wouldn't exist without voice over IP or telecommunications. And so this is why I'm here. This is because I have a partner who helped me get to where I am today. This is Happy Days with especially Philippe Sultan, who's standing over there. And he's brought the expertise that I needed. And I don't think any of this would have been possible without people like you who bring expertise. You don't really care if it's a niche market or if this is completely crazy and wacky. It doesn't matter. It makes sense. But Happy Days would not have existed either without the rest of you helping out on this project. I believe you have Tony from Nexmo, who's here, and other people who contribute to this. It's not about like each of you individually, it's the sum of your parts, which makes sense, making things happen. It doesn't matter if you're a billion-dollar telecom company, really. The impact you make is very, very important. And one last thought before I stop. So there's a famous quote by a French chemist. And I'm not saying I invented anything. I didn't invent voice recognition. I didn't invent telecommunications or OTT or VoIP. None of these things. I don't know anything about that. But I do know that the technology is here. And it's just about putting the bricks together, making sense out of it, and targeting people, making an impact on lives. And that's what matters. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, any questions now for Olivier? If not,
if you would like to ask questions, we have a second intervention coming up with Happy Days, and they can field any technical questions you may have, because I wouldn't be able to answer them.
and you'll be around all today as well. Excellent. Excellent. So you'll be around all today as well if you want to have a one-on-one discussion. But again, an excellent presentation. Thank you so much, Olivier. So can live person come on down, please? So live person is an example of a enterprise-focused service provider. That is using telecom capabilities to enhance the service they provide. So I'll just let them get set up. And this is going to be the first half of the presentation. So they're giving part of the keynote here, and then they'll be giving the second part in the breakout stream on the real-time enterprise that Rob Curver will be chairing. So we'll have two chances to hear what they've got to say. So with that, everything seems to be... There's always that few seconds wait as the video camera syncs up.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Elad from LivePerson. And before I begin, I have a question to all of you. Imagine you had like an extra 20 weeks, each one of you, just for yourself, How would you spend your time? Option 1, if you're asking me, sleeping, maybe. Option 2, outdoor is my pet. Option 3, as a family man, maybe spend more time with my family, maybe without the dog. Okay. I want to introduce you a short movie that was made by LivePerson. LivePerson is one of the biggest chat and messaging providers for businesses. And while watching this movie, please pay attention for a LivePerson way how to solve the holding time that we are all suffering now. Each one of you know when you have like a problem, you want to call for a service, you go like 1-800, you call, and sometimes you need to wait. LivePerson is trying to improve this area. So while enjoying this movie, please think about LivePerson's simple solution. And here's the movie. Okay, this was the movie. Hope you enjoyed the movie. As I mentioned before, my name is Elad, and me and my colleague Ofer here from LivePerson. We are actually R&D people, okay? So, what's the future of customer service? As the latest surveys we found, making a call is now only the 6th most common use of mobile phone. Meaning people today, each one of you actually, using text, emails, internet, even clock. I don't know, I personally don't use a clock, I just check out my phone all the time, what the time is. So, let's go back a little bit and let's see how it all began. AT&T, like in, I think 1967, something like this, invented the 1-800. And this is how it all began. This was a huge change to the world. They really improved the way people could get the service. But that was a long time ago. Today, what we have is actually big call centers. And in the call centers, you have many agents working, and there are many calls. And people not all the time get the best service, although we want to give them the best service, but sometimes it's not possible. This is an example for someone who didn't get the best service. Still waiting. Some other facts. 53% of Americans spend 10 to 20 minutes on hold every week. 86% on hold every time they call a business. 71% of people extremely annoyed when they can't get a live person to talk to. These stats mean very simple fact that people want some change. Here another statistics. 60 million hours waiting on hold. And today, we have something like 270 billion calls per year. What LivePerson trying to do? LivePerson solution, using mobile, using web. We're trying to reduce the time to give our customers the best service. So we can reduce all the amount of time people need to wait to get a simple service. This is just a sample. I took a screenshot of the mobile that we have and the web platform that we have. Another short movie about the future. Okay, so in order to support this thing, LivePerson created some web page and a group called Hold No More. You have the link to the website. You are more than welcome to join the website and try it yourself. And this is actually what we're trying to do by simple technique of messaging, try to improve people's lives. I want to thank TeleStacks who invited us here. LivePerson and TeleStacks have a tight relation in the voice area. So thank you, TeleStacks. And any questions?
Excellent. Thank you so much, Lad. Any questions? Just emotionally, thank you for Hold No More.
Okay, as this last
yeah, we
slide.
got one at the back here. Just hang a sec.
Yes, please. Before we begin, I say we have another session today. In this session, we're going to cover more details how messaging is supposed to be for enterprises. Messaging is not just sending the text, there's much more of it. So if anyone interested, he's more than welcome to come and join the next session.
So Jean-Philippe Viegas from OpenCell, just a question. Who are mainly your customers? Thank you for the presentation first. And who are mainly your customers? We saw bank. Is there any other industries that you target in your customers? Just who are mainly your customers? Which customers do you have, and which industry do you target in particular?
LivePerson is actually a provider for SMBs, small business, as well as the enterprises. For example, this effort, we have an effort now with T-Mobile and some other clients want to try use it, big customers who want to try use it. And also we have some small companies, you know, like very small companies that can use the same service. It doesn't matter actually in the basics if you are a small or big one. Each one of you can benefit as small or big. You can have many benefits out of it. Okay.
That was excellent. For the sake of time, because we need to allow a couple of minutes to get set up for TruePhone, as they're going to be a remote, let's give a round of applause for excellent presentation and looking forward to this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, just to highlight that LivePerson is a very exciting example of an enterprise-focused service provider that's using telecom capabilities. This is a category I'm seeing grow very rapidly. And I did a weblog earlier this year on a survey I did where I was looking at all the innovations we're seeing around telecom app development, and LivePerson, I think, is an area where it's responsible for the bulk of growth that we're seeing. Now, we have a remote presentation. Unfortunately,
a second laptop here. Correct.
Thank you. Unfortunately, James can't be with us for some very good and potentially exciting reasons. So we're just getting the Skype set up, and once we get that all set up, we will, sorry, a Skype-like service. You don't have to refresh the web page all the time with Skype. But anyway, I will hand over to Mr. Bodie. Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I will let you actually mention it now, Randy.
Okay. Yeah, I think a lot of you might be interested and don't know about the VoIP, what used to be called the VoIP Users Conference. We cover a lot of telephony, a lot of area. We're very close to all of Alan's productions as well. And if you go to vuc.me, last week's presentation was a company called Savannah, which was used, they have services of evaluation of network audio. It sounded boring to me, but when we looked at what they're doing, it's actually brilliant. Great job. And again, I think some of you may be interested in a lot of these topics. A lot of it touches on telephony. A lot of it would be interesting to both carriers, developers. It's pretty wide. And also, if you'd like to be a guest, you can get in touch with us. vuc.me. Thank you. Thank you, Alan.
Thanks so much, Randy. And Randy is also the curator of the Twitter collection we have on the TADSummit site. So if you go to an event, you'll see we have a Twitter collection. It's a new feature. We're just playing around with it to provide those people that don't like to see the torrent of tweets. It's a simple visual way to see the visually the tweets that are coming through. So how are we doing, guys? Are we nearly there?
Aha! Hi, everybody.
Could you keep talking, please?
Yes, okay. Well, I'm sitting here in beautiful, not so sunny Kent. I understand the weather in Lisbon is like summer in England. Is that true? And I'm just looking out to the garden and waiting for my presentation. It's the first time I've done, actually for many years. Almost the first time I've done one of these remote presentations. So this will be a white knuckle ride, all right? And we'll see how it will work. Can you actually be virtually somewhere yet? Or is the technology...
We'll see.
How's that, Andy?
Okay, right into the streaming. Okay.
So just wait for Okay, so just 1 minute to fill in.
And I've got the presentation on both.
Oh yeah, that's UC.me.
Check if it is working.
UC as one word. And Mark will be sending out at coffee break some questionnaire. Cool, he's all set up, so we'll be asking feedback on the presentations and any other random questions that Mark thinks up as we're going through. So hopefully, within the next 30 seconds, boy.
Okay, I need to mute this one.
Yeah, no, we're using WebRTC here. Have you muted it?
How's that doing now?
That's better.
Only a bit better, right?
Yeah, where's that coming from?
We are fixing the fix. Is it this?
Yeah. No, it's close. So we got the presentation.
You need to mute yourself, James.
Sorry. Hang on.
How's that? And now I can't hear you at all, James. maybe you should unmute yourself, one of you.
You're live, James. Go for it.
Okay, well, can you leave the sound on like that? Does that work? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, right, and I'm going to do this this talk. So I'm James Tagg. I'm founder and CTO of TruthPhone. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I think this is sort of a fun experiment in remote working. And I'm here to speak to you about open source communications frameworks. So, next slide. Firstly, if you travel internationally, you often end up collecting a lot of SIM cards. It's a real pain. And TruthPhone sort of solves this problem for you. And we give you one SIM, which is home in many countries, one bill, one voicemail. We're active in 8 countries where we can give you telephone numbers, and you're in bundle in 66 countries. So our biggest customers are really money center banks who offer services to people around the world. If you look at the behavior of our customers, if you move on to the increased productivity slide, if you look at the behavior of our customers, they generally double their roaming activity, despite the fact that their bill goes down by about 1/3. So they're very pleased with it. Next slide. And our biggest customers are, I mean, we're basically a B2B play. So we sell to big banks and lots of consulting companies and manufacturing companies and so on. So about 5,000 big corporate customers. Next slide. 2 more. So in order to do this, what we've done is we've built a distributed IP architecture. And that has 2 large data centers, one in London and one in Amsterdam. And then we've actually built out data presence all around the world, so we can keep the data local and keep your voice local, because we don't want to move the voice all the way back to London or Amsterdam if you are in Japan or in America or whatever. And that's a big boon to our customers. We give them a very high quality experience, despite that we're a centralized MNO. So if you look at it from a geographic point of view, we have just a lot of points of presence. So they're distributed all the way around the world, the major ones obviously in Europe, Australasia and America, but we have smaller points of presence dotted all around the world, giving us local presence. So let me talk to you about open source communication framework. I'm going to advance 2 slides, James, or yeah. So the biggest thing that we're trying to change with open source is that we recognize that much of the innovation that comes out of the world today comes out of developers, and it comes out of developers sitting in front of a laptop, plugging into APIs and putting together new technology and new systems. And there's really traditionally been 2 types of API. There's been person to machine and machine to person. So person to machine, typically you ask a machine, where is my taxi? And it replies, your taxi is on its way, it'll be a few minutes until it's here. And if you look at the other type of API, a shipping company decides that they're going to tell you that your package is arriving, and you'll get a text saying your package is arriving in the next hour or so, and you can often respond to that and say, I'm terribly sorry, I'm out, and they'll divert the package, and you won't miss the delivery. So that's the kind of common or garden APIs that we see today for telcos. So what we've done is we've built something quite different, and that is a person-to-person API with triggers in it. So effectively what we've got is triggers, or ability to plug in APIs on the outbound side, and ability to plug in triggers, APIs on the inbound side. And so that allows you to create some fairly sophisticated services. So if we look at the sort of things that we've done, I mean, in summary, if you look at the API set, you could build an entire mobile operator out of the API set. So you could sit down in front of your laptop and build everything. I need to ship things. I need to route messages. I'll do something interesting with it. that's new and novel. Please pay my taxes for me. Please sort out the billing for me, and do all of the annoying things that the world has developed in terms of know your customer and anti-terrorism and retention of data, and all these hugely intensive and important things that TruePhone does, which has taken me, gosh, nearly a decade to build. So all of that can be got at with APIs. And then once you've got at that, you can do interesting things. So let's just talk about some of the things, or the chain. So on the outbound side, obviously, what happens is your handset registers, you authenticate it, you locate the user. I mean, you don't have to locate the user, but a mobile network always knows where its users are. You resolve the numbers. So if I type in 505, that's TruePhone's voicemail. We resolve it to a long number. If I type in an arbitrary sort of endpoint, it will go to an endpoint. It could go to a SIP endpoint, and then I can hook the media. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And on the inbound side, you would have an equivalent set of traps. So again, I can hook the media. It will go to voicemail, but I've hooked the media before it goes to voicemail. So a lot of APIs have this problem that if you hook the media, it's now yours, right? You've got to terminate it. You've got to do everything with it. Well, one of the things you obviously can't do is to drop it back into the customer's voicemail, because you took command of the media. The media is with you if you pulled it over to a free switch box or a media gateway of some kind. So what we're doing is making sure that although you can hook the media in and out, you haven't hooked it so that you have got no control. So we can then identify it, and then we can deliver it to lots of different places. So we could have it turn up on your desktop as WebRTC, or we could deliver it using either Wi-Fi, either over the top or Wi-Fi calling, or to your cellular. So there's a lot of different ways of hooking and delivering what's coming in towards you. So again, you could build a converged service out of that. So let's look at some of the things that people are doing and some of the fun things that we can do. So the first one is obviously inline translation. So I'm hooking the media, I can hook it out, I can translate it, I can post it back in. So I can build an inline translation service. Fairly straightforward. Second thing I could do would be hook the voicemail, and I could transcribe it, or and then I could deliver you a message that says your voicemail contained the following text. So that's another very simple thing to do. Now, of course, we start getting on to the fun stuff. So I can hook the media, and I can apply emotional analysis software to it. So I can tell whether the caller is happy or sad. Now, or all sorts of things, interesting things like maybe lying. So you can have a lie detector on your phone. So you can sort of let your imagination run riot with that sort of idea. An obvious thing you could do with that is in a call center, if someone is getting really irate with one of the call center operatives, you could detect that the call has gone downhill. The person's getting very upset. You could send an SMS to his supervisor and say, you know, there's a problem at booth 3. Why don't you go over and listen over the shoulder? And the guy would walk down and listen over the shoulder and go, okay, yeah, this person has misunderstood. Let's sort of intervene here and try and solve the problem. Another really cool thing you can do is to use identify. So, for example, I can have an inbound call. I can work out it's James Bodie. Now, that's fairly easy because my phone book's going to do that. But what I actually want to do is I want to pop context. So I've forgotten what I was talking to James about last time. It was obviously something very important, James, sorry. And so I've forgotten what I was talking about. What I'd like to do is I'd like to pop all the relevant documents. I'd like to pop the event information from this, the running order, the latest version of the presentation, the last text message he sent me, you know, and these days I've got them spread all over the thing. So I've got text messages, I've got Skype, I've got GC Bridge, I've got TruePhone, IM, I've got just a ton of stuff. So I really want to pop all that context into some sort of display, maybe in a WebRTC view on my laptop. Go, okay, I'm back, I'm here, I know what's going on. Right, James, what we need to do is this, this, and this. And this context switching problem is one of the, I think, the most interesting problems to solve at the moment. It's something that humans are not very good at, and computers are brilliant at, because the computers remember perfectly. So finally, I mean, let's just talk a little bit about what we do today. So TruePhone today already does some quite interesting things with these in-call traps. So we in-call trap the media, and we do it in a very clever way where we actually trap a copy of the media so that we can do work on it in real time without trapping the actual media, which means so if we have to record it in London or transcribe it in London, but the two customers, the two employees of a bank are both in New York, the audio that they're hearing is the audio path that's going New York to New York, whereas we're working on the offline copy of the audio, so we don't have to interrupt the call. So we record calls, and those calls are transcribed, and a certain amount of natural language is applied to it so that people can search for things. Now, I don't know what a bank searches for to find the Forex scandal. If you've actually read the transcripts from the court case, it's just a very bizarre language that they use. But I guess you could, if you know what you're doing, you could pick up things that would mean you should go and listen to that conversation or intervene. And obviously you can do this for text messaging and SMS as well. And then the final thing, and I was going to say this was a future slide, but of course it's not the future because it's now happening, is you insert an AI into the path, into the audio path or the messaging path in real time, you hook it, and now if I was in Lisbon and I couldn't find my way to the conference centre, I can shout to the AI and say, AI help, and the AI can say, yeah, Mr. Tag, how can I help you? So I'm trying to find James Bodie, I'm lost, I don't know where he is, and the AI can locate James, work out where he is, work out where I am, tell me, it knows my orientation, knows I'm facing north, it can say, yeah, basically just walk ahead, turn there in the corner, and you'll find him at the bar talking to Alan Quayle, right? And the AI can do all of that stuff, and that's I thought this slide, I mean, when I wrote this slide a week ago, he lies, obviously I wrote it this morning, when I wrote this slide, I thought this would be a future thing. But of course, with Facebook AM now out and being used, it's current. So this is current technology. So people are putting things in the audio path and doing real-time help. So all of this is very interesting. What's the business model? Well, we always have the over-the-top business model to consider, and certainly Facebook M is definitely an over-the-top business model. But for a telco, telcos are now starting to build these sort of frameworks, network app stores, and I think you've seen, or you will see at the conference, probably 4 or 5 network app stores. At least one I think is actually being launched there. And what they basically are is you create an app, you put it into your account management, just as if you were uploading into the iTunes store if you're a developer. That plugs into the APIs. Now, it's quite important that those APIs are the same for many operators, because if you want to do traps, you want inbound and outbound traps to work, whatever your operator. Obviously, we would like you to be only on TruePhone. Thank you. Little plug. But then a network app store gets presented to the user, and the user consumes the app. They pay usually on the mobile operator bill, so it's added to the bill, and then some money is remitted down the chain. And that tends to depend. If the thing that's happening causes more usage for the operator, they're basically happy to just take the money for the usage. If the thing doesn't make money for the operator, or marginal amounts of money, then the operator and the platform developer will take some money out of it. And I guess the Apple App Store set 30% as a sort of typical amount. And so that's really that's where we are with our APIs and the business models for them. And I can take questions if questions work. I can hear you. I can see you clap, which is fantastic.
Yeah. And I can relay the questions.
Now I can hear.
Just one question, James. Looks like you wowed them. Yeah.
I can see you. I can't really hear you because James keeps muting and unmuting. But tell me what the question is.
coffee break. And I'll remind the badge holders with the colored stickers where they need to go. We'll be then back at 11 for the plenary session, where we've got 5 back-to-back sessions with 5 companies that have been with TADSummit from the start, and we'll be sharing some very exciting updates on how they're revolutionizing telecom app development. Then we'll have break for lunch, and we then break into 3 streams. Now, all 3 are great streams, so I know it's going to be difficult, but we're recording all 3 streams. Now, in this room, the stream will be broadcast live. So the telcos making a difference will be in this room, and that will be broadcast live. The other 2 streams will be recording and putting up on the TADSummit YouTube channel. So with that, I'll shut up. Werner, over to you.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Werner Eriksen. I work with a company called Telenor, or actually a subsidiary called Telenor Digital. I used to have a slide talking about Telenor, but you need to Google it. I guess some of you know it already. So this morning, I'll just show you a little bit about my particular group has been doing when it comes to building a small telco. So I hope you're interested in that. Basically, what we've been trying to do is build an experimental telco, basically from the ground up. So we found that if you want to do services, if you want to do implementations and so on, having all your hands on existing operations is not so easy. So we had a group of software developers that really didn't know too much about telcos from the beginning, but they knew a lot about the technologies and the methodologies of the internet companies. And this is where it gets interesting, I think. Of course, it had to be virtualized. Of course, it needs to be put in some cloud. And in the end, what I'll give you is basically a recipe to show you how you could do it yourself. So, in the most important part of the recipe is that you need to have a desire to innovate on the core mobile stack. And this guy is the Swedish chef from the Muppet Show. And he is very interested in doing things and building great things. But sometimes it breaks. And of course, if you go to your MNO that generates billions of dollars every year, you don't want to have the Swedish chef to mess around there. This is actually what we tried. We went there, said we had some small idea. We want to just make a small upgrade to your HLR. And of course, that would give us what we wanted, basically a kitchen, to make all those great dishes that the Swedish chef wants to do. If you're in charge of that operation, generating the billions of dollars, what do you think the answer is? Yes. Well, it's a very great idea. Maybe it flies, maybe it don't, but please don't do it in my home. And of course, that leaves us with the great barrier to try out things that we would like to give to the customers. So what we ended up doing is basically setting up our own MVNO, a full stack MVNO with all the components that an MVNO should have. Basically, leaving the home safe, renting the radio network, and then building all the components that we need to get a mobile operation up and running. But again, this is not built to generate loads and loads of revenues, at least not in the beginning, but to have somewhere for the chef to work. So the next ingredient is you need a bunch of software engineers. This is the key component. And just a tiny bit of telco engineering. Because these guys don't know all the different protocols that you normally see in the telco network. But you don't want to have too many telco engineers, because they will say, wow, you can't touch the HLR. Be careful about that. Oh, it's SS7. Be careful about that. So you need to have a good mix. Maybe 1 telco engineer per 10 software engineers is a good mix we found. And also you can get some friends. Is Sean here? Telsax? So yeah, so also we tried to find some people that both knew some things about software and something about telco. And Sean from Telestax was one of those guys with some of his colleagues. This is actually a picture from I think in February this year, we had our first call go through the system. And this time we actually had some champagne too. Did you bring that, John? No, I'm not sure you did. But you could do it next time maybe if you come to Oslo. Then the next ingredient is, of course, to utilize the same tools and methodologies as the internet companies. And this, I think, has been a bit of a surprise that for a long time the telcos haven't really dared or wanted to use the amazing tools and the amazing work that people have been putting into these open source frameworks. And I think only by doing that you are able to compete head to head with those guys that do this for a living. And these are just a few of those tools that we actually use on a daily basis. And this is a very different set of tools than our mothership is using when they build their networks. Then I think another important mix to put into your nice dish is to have some real end users. I think in Telenor we have many, many different labs where we have built lots and lots of good stuff, but it's never exposed to anyone else than those that build it. Or maybe their friends. And this is a big problem, I think. You need to have a full cycle to be able to develop services. You need to get it in the hands of the users to build and measure and understand and talk to the user, why did you use this and why did you not use that? So this is the key thing that's different from our setup, is that we have built a lab environment basically, but it's exposed. I can give SIM cards, we can hand them out to people that I don't know. And what we have done with our mothership actually is to recruit students that travel abroad. Normally what they do, they cancel the subscription in Norway. They don't want to use their roaming SIM card when they're abroad. But this time we gave them the ability to keep their number and keep in touch with Mama when money runs out, using basically the web browser. So for this, we're just basically using WebRTC to get access to both the voice part and also the messaging part. So this means that Mama can call you on the old number and you can reach any number back at home in Norway, like the bank or the Mama, or maybe they are the same. So basically what the students have, they didn't get the SIM cards actually, just to try that out, but they can log into any PC that has WebRTC enabled. They can make calls, they can receive, they can get the history of all the messages and so on. And they spread quite widely across the world. This is only 150 people, and quite widespread. So one of the first things we had some interesting experience with was, of course, if they need some help to support these guys. So basically our small team suddenly need to support people across all the different time zones of the world. So that was an interesting experience. But I think the key element in our setup is actually to have real users. You know, start small, but at least get some feedback on what the service is. Now, what does it mean? What is it? So basically, we have a host. This is Telenor in Norway, actually. We try to bring everything onto IP as soon as possible, because our software engineers, they won't like to use Wireshark and not some exotic tool from the telco side. So what we've done is basically to bring everything on IP as soon as possible, and all the services and all the servers and all the applications and so on can run either on a private or a public cloud infrastructure. And this is where all the internet companies' tools are coming to hand, you know, like Docker and all those things, makes it much easier than it used to be. We started out actually building private clouds, and then we tried to move things into the public clouds, and now we have full flexibility. If you wanted to do scale, we can have some parts running in the private cloud and some in the public cloud. We're not doing NFVs, orchestration, all kinds of stuff like that. We are kind of just using the normal tools that you get from these clouds. You don't need to put funny names on it, I think. And at this moment, we have not pushed it very hard in terms of scalability, but for flexibility, this is magic. You can roll out and test new services in minutes and not in months. Finally, this is the recipe. So, first of all, you need to have a desire to do the innovation, and not on top of it only. I know that this is APIs and so on, but we would like to actually try to mess around with the internals of the core. And just saying that in a traditional telco is sometimes quite controversial. Then you need to build a team which is consisting of great software engineering people. And this is a very key thing. So you need 2 bunches of that. And not too many bunches of the classic telco engineers, but you'd still need them, because otherwise your host operator will not talk to you. If you don't know all the different protocols, all the different parts, can't speak their language, they will throw you out. And we try that. We got someone that could actually do the translation. But you don't want too many, because then they will say, well, you can't do this, you can't do that. It's simple, no, don't go there. Then we found that already it's quite easy to connect to MNOs if you want, because these interfaces are quite heavily standardized. And that's the good part about standardization. You could actually ask for something that's already there. It's basic configuration for the operator to do so. Then you need to align with people that have some kind of the same mindset as you. So the traditional telco vendors in the beginning didn't want to talk to us. That has slightly changed. But we have been spending time finding people like the Telestax guys that have some kind of the same mindset to build this platform. Talked about the software internet companies, what they do. And as you see, they're quite aggressively open sourcing things. We talked about machine learning or AI. Just last couple of weeks, Google has open sourced a lot of stuff, which is easily pluggable into this infrastructure. And suddenly you are standing on the shoulders of giants. And this happens all the time. This is exactly what happened with WebRTC as well. Real users, important to get the real feedback. So you don't build things for yourself and only for yourself. And then a bit of secret sauce. So it's getting a little bit more interesting than just the standard services. Then it needs to take some time, and you need to let it break a few times, or more often than not, I think. And expose it to real users to bring the temperature up. It's a dramatic change in the mindset of the developers once we brought on real users that started to depend on the service. Suddenly we wanted to have some way of identifying that the system was up and down, the health, and figuring out how to fix problems quickly if they were. So this is our kitchen. We are having a good time there. Hopefully we will see some more of this. Cook up some good dishes. That's the recipe. Go home and do the same. Thank you very much.
Question from Dean.
Hi there.
Great presentation, but I noticed your recipe didn't include the word designer. Where does that go?
Yeah, I need to update that slide, I think. Yes, yeah, of course. We try to mimic the way that the software, the internet companies are working. And of course, the designer, the UX guys, the product development or developers and so on are a huge part of that. So yes, they're here.
Hang a sec.
No, just another addition. Business owner.
Yeah, as I said, the focus here has been on experiments. And this has been a big hurdle for... Okay, so Telenor is a very commercial company. A business case needs to be established long before you even think about doing stuff normally. But in this case, we've actually been able to say that, okay, by having something like this, it's a great asset for the group. And the business owner is basically not measuring in dollars and cents, but more in the number of experiments we are able to execute on, and also the results from that.
Okay.
Two questions. Can you just... No. Yes? Sorry. Can you describe a bit more what is your customer target? And second question, to execute this kind of operation, what is the size of your team?
Okay, so the customer target initially is just someone. Okay, so we need to start somewhere, and we started with the students because they had a definite need that was not covered at the moment. And they were also eager to work with us to develop a service, to give feedback. So we wanted to work with someone that can actually have and serious interaction with, all right? When it comes to the size of the team, it's a couple of bunches of engineers, 0.1 bunch of telco. No, we're about 12 people at the moment. Yes. But it's a bit of lie, because as you said, we've been standing on shoulders of giants too. So sometimes we are able to do a lot of things very fast. Sometimes it takes a long time because we need to do things ourselves. So it's hard to measure, but actually working in the team on a day-to-day basis is about a dozen people. No, okay, this is, okay, so what's your, are you part of an operator or? Okay, yeah, good, yes. So I think Telenor today is like 33,000 people. And then look at our group of 12, they say, what the hell is going on? And then I have found an interesting article about WhatsApp. Okay, so developing a service that serves multi-million messages a day doesn't need to be 33,000 people. I think at some point when they had 500 million users, there were less than 35 people, engineers working on it. So it really is the kind of people you have, what kind of tools you actually give them, that is an important thing. Of course, if you want to do like multi-million subscribers and give them customer service like you used to do, then numbers start to grow. But this is used to do. I think we would like to try to do things differently.
Okay, so for the sake of time, again, a round of applause, Werner. That was an excellent presentation. Thank you so much. So, a little announcement. Carsten, please stand. We have a new father from about 20 minutes ago. A baby boy has been born early to Carsten. Well done, Carsten. I'm amazed you were able to stand. So we're going to take a break now. So back here at 11, would the people with red and yellow stickers, so red or yellow, not red and yellow, when you leave, don't turn left and go off to the coffee, turn right and go to the speed networking, please. Okay? So it's half an hour now to basically, for the rest of us, to go off into the exhibition area, get some coffee, and see all the exhibitions. So see you back here at 11. From the keynotes into the plenary session, and we've got 5 back-to-back presentations from the people who are building the platforms that are enabling this revolution in telecom app development. So just a quick mention, you should have received an SMS from MPolme. So check your SMS, and hopefully you've received one. Click on the link and take the survey. It's only one question, so it shouldn't be too difficult. We're going to kick off this with, rather than Jason, who is in a budget planning meeting, I believe, over in the Bay Area, so it's all good. Getting more funding for the platforms that are enabling telecom app development. We've got John Elliott, who will be presenting on collaboration APIs for enterprises, developers, and telcos. And then what we've got following John is Tony, and Tony and I are just going to do a Q&A session. So it's not going to be any slides, it'll just be Tony and I on the stage doing a bit of Q&A and then opening it up to the audience. So with that, over to you, John.
Sometimes I like to walk around. Hey, this is a great event. It's really grown over the years. It's great to see so many developers and mobile SPs and different people here. It's really grown and expanded, and it's just great to see that growth. And you know, Tropo actually started working with Alan a couple of years ago. He helped us with our marketing plan and our outreach to developers and to mobile SPs. So it was great to work with Alan and really get kick-started with some outreach, and he made some introductions for us that were very helpful to our early development. Again, he helped with our business planning, and you know, it really helped with our eventual acquisition by Cisco, because those things all count to valuation, and that's obviously very important for any kind of exit. So it was a great experience, and I highly recommend Alan's organizational skills, but then also his ability to really boil things down to a concise message. So very helpful. He's also very opinionated, so he'll tell you if it sucks. Anyway, we'll get into the presentation. So we had a couple of different choices from an acquisition perspective. You know, different directions we could go. We were obviously in the VC hunt as well, and had term sheets and things from different venture capitalists, and so there was kind of a decision for us. And you know, when we talked to Cisco and to the Cisco executives for Collaboration Technology Group, it became clear that we could make the most impact in really changing the way people work, the way people collaborate, by working and by joining Cisco. So it was a great outcome, and something that we see very clearly. So they had some very lofty goals that they set out for us, and we're in the process of getting ready to announce those, and that's why Jason and Jose de Castro, our CTO, cannot attend this meeting. So the vision has not changed, though. We work with developers. That is our MO. So those developers live within service providers. They live within large enterprise. They're the great quantity of developers that are out there trying to develop their ideas, trying to make those ideas work. And what we do is give them access to great tools, great capabilities, and now as part of Cisco, we give them access to a market, which is really what developers want at the end of the day. They want to be able to sell their idea, sell their concept, sell their product to a market. And so we leverage the Cisco sellers, which is an enormous quantity of people out there that are running and have relationships with those service providers, with enterprises, really across the world. So 18,000 sellers. They're a beast, a group that is just very aggressive and has those deep relationships with those enterprises. So that's a great market opportunity for the developers we work with. But it really still is about making that developer experience really easy, and making it easy to get going, and really to help address those market opportunities. So again, Tropo is extremely developer friendly, and we allow developers to build applications very easily from a cloud-based model. So the tools and capabilities are all in the cloud, very easy to access, very easy to sign on, and development is always free for developers. So we've kept that logic and kept that methodology together for as part of Cisco, and now we lead the developer initiative really across Cisco and across the CTG portfolio. So I'll get into that in just a second, but it's really a broad base of capabilities that we now offer and now make available to developers. So this is, really a busy slide, but it helps describe what we do as part of Cisco. So what our charter is within Cisco. So there's all the Cisco capabilities that you see broken down on the left-hand side of the screen. So unified communications, which is a very significant portfolio for us. Conferencing from WebEx, some of the new collaboration tools like Spark that are all there and in kind of isolated bubbles right now. So the methodology and the concept is to bring those together in a single portal and make those available to developers for being able to mash those solutions up and access some really incredible capabilities like video from Spark, from the Spark Media Server. Excuse me, I want to make sure I have the list here. Video, chat, screen share, conferencing, and of course the voice capabilities and messaging capabilities that are offered by Tropo today. So making those available from a single portal, single sign-on, very easy to access and mash up and offer solutions to your customers or to your product teams if you're in a mobile service provider. So really some incredible capabilities. And then we're also working, and Joe Fu's in the back of the room, he runs business development for me out of the Bay Area, with some of those large brands and some of the partner ecosystem for Tropo, so that we can actually start seeding some of those applications and services for the mobile service providers that are always asking us for, how do I deliver something to market? Well, we want to make sure that we have the partners and some of the products ready to go to leverage these capabilities. So that's another part of the equation and very important, because sometimes it's really hard for a business case like the gentleman was just talking about to get started within a mobile service provider. It's very difficult to actually put together a business case. But if you have a product or service that's ready to go, it's a lot easier to do, right? So very helpful to have that together. So the key thing that we work on with service providers is the ability to differentiate services. No longer is it the same old world of having a single product and a feature set and being really beholden or caught by your vendor and your vendor strategy. Being able to take a solution and then extend it is very important to the service providers that we deal with. So that's the logic behind the API set that we offer. But also making sure that those are very simple. So the APIs are very simple, they follow the same methodology, and again, they're accessible from the same location. So it's easy for developers to use and access. And then the whole theme is really around collaboration and making collaboration easier and changing the way people work. And so that's the methodology by which we make those APIs available to the developers. So some of our priorities within Cisco really are about making these target markets easy. So we work with small businesses, but then also large enterprises, and that spectrum in between. Government agencies, healthcare, they're all the key markets that we're really focused on from a vertical perspective. And mobile first. I mean, mobile first is really key and logical in this market. I always talk about mobile service providers, but that's really the key market that we're after right now. That's where all the investment's happening, that's where the interest is in, and really making that single identity, that mobile identity primary for these capabilities is really what the market is asking for right now. Obviously, cloud makes it a lot easier to sell and a lot easier to fulfill. And so the Cisco Cloud is being built out globally to be able to offer these solutions, starting with North America, extending to Europe, South America, Asia Pac, as quickly as possible, because cloud is the delivery model that we're approaching as the most important one right now. And with Cisco, because we have a big focus on security, we work with government agencies and healthcare companies and large enterprises that have a big focus on security. Security is always woven through the story there. So making sure that that's very secure, and they also have the correct security methodologies to apply to different use cases and businesses. And again, cloud makes it easy to use this. No longer is it about big capital investments up front, but being able to start and experiment and then extend those solutions as quickly as possible to really address the competition that we see in the OTT market by helping the mobile service providers do that as quickly as possible as well through a cloud methodology. So we're really big, and it's kind of hard for us to sometimes consume that. It's almost like dealing with Cisco is like dealing with an AT&T or Verizon for us, or a Deutsche Telekom. But very strong market share across the board, which makes us a very attractive partner for developers, because that existing market share allows us to, or requires us to be able to plug in and enhance those solutions. And people these enterprises come to Cisco for these, the assurance that their investment is secure over time. And so we're working on ways to extend, even premise-based gear into the cloud and enhance that with APIs, which is a very important statement. So I'll hit on some of the capabilities that we're doing. This is just a high level. Again, we're compressed for time. But really extending the unified communication portfolio to mobility is key. So from the native dialer, many of you might have seen the announcement we had with Apple about a month ago. That allows us more access to the native dialer from Apple and from iOS. But a lot of the innovation happens in the core network. So integration into the core mobile network is really key here. And it's not enough to do it just on a single island of an AT&T or a Vodafone. It has to be, an addressable market that's very large for developers to be interested in that, and developers from the big brands in Silicon Valley and across the world to be able to really look at that as a single addressable market. So just some of the capabilities, and if you're in the core network, there's a lot of really cool things you can do, and we can talk about that over dinner. One of the key innovations from a collaboration perspective is also Cisco Spark. So, this is free to download. You guys should try and use this. It's a chat capability, but also you can access voice capabilities from the Spark Media platform, and then also video, doing screen share. It's really cool. And again, this is a big push of what we're doing for the Cisco Collab Summit in December. So keep your eyes open for that. And that is what Jose is heads down on right now, because the launch is December 8th. For the single portal for Spark APIs that's being launched on the Collab Summit in December. And again, man is not an island unto himself, right? Alan always knows the quotes. but it's very difficult to compete with OTTs. We mentioned WhatsApp a second ago, and WhatsApp was able to achieve that by offering a single experience really across mobile service providers. But they work with mobile service providers for authentication and things like that. If you noticed, it was always the mobile number that was primary for identification there. So really what we're doing is working across that consortium of mobile service providers that we deal with as Cisco. And the brands and the relationships that we have led with Cisco products and services to really create a single market that is very attractive for developers. Any large brand, be it eBay or Salesforce.com, wants to be able to develop once and deploy to many service providers and their markets. There's obviously localization that's required with that, with different languages and different cultures. But for sure, they want to be able to develop the code once and deploy massively. And that's what we're talking about here, and being able to address this for the developers in the room, but then also the service providers in the room and the broader ecosystem. It's a big tent. So really, just in closing here, I can't read my screen, it's too small. So we're actively recruiting ISVs and partners, developers. So Joseph Fu's in the room. Stand up, Joseph, wave your hand. Come talk to him. He's a source of all goodness for that, based in the Bay Area, but expanding the team broadly. Key verticals: healthcare, insurance, government, etc. Those are the key verticals that Cisco is very focused on right now, and a key vertical for every SP that we deal with globally. And so again, watch out for the new API capabilities that are available. So voice and messaging are key, but video capabilities, screen share capabilities, they really allow the developer to do some cool stuff. And I think video is really the killer application right now to be able to meld that into your solution. Again, the single portal is key. Everything's delivered from the cloud. And really, like I said, the most important thing that we deliver is the ability to access these markets and give you access to the Cisco sellers as well, because those are really aggressive folks that can help expand and enhance your offering. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. Do we have any questions from the audience? I'll just quickly for Dean, and I know what his question's going to be, but I'll let him ask it.
No mention of the word Ericsson.
Actually, I'm meeting the Ericsson folks here in Europe this week to kind of expand that and enhance that relationship. So Cisco's partnering more broadly with Ericsson globally.
They're going to merge. We know the end story.
No, we denied that. We denied that.
Thank you so much, John. That was
Thanks.
excellent. So now I'd like to invite Tony, if you could come on down. And here you go. So what we're going to do is something less formal. Just stand over here so we don't get... There you go. So we're just going to do Q&A. So I'm going to ask some questions. This will be based around the weblog that Tony wrote. So if you go to TADSummit, go to the blog about the SMS value chain being broken. It's an excellent weblog. Recommend you read it. So you can read that while we're doing the Q&A, because we'll be sort of firing out to the audience any questions. So I'll kick off with the obvious one, which is, Tony, why did you found Nexmo?
So in the beginning, why we founded Nexmo is really to lower the barriers to entry for developers to innovate with communication. And Roger Voice application we saw this morning is a great example of how we were able to lower that barrier. And that barrier is not only about the technology, it's not only about getting easy to use APIs, it's also about time to market. I don't know if you remember, 5 years ago, before this telco API existed, it used to take 6 months to a year to do anything of that sort. And there's also a business model problem because the carriers would put high fees, fixed fees, and not everyone would afford this innovation. The second reason why we founded Nexmo is to solve the end-to-end quality and scalability issue across the value chain, and we're going to talk about it next and why the SMS value chain is broken. But essentially, when these developers or these enterprises do the heavy lifting to connect to the carrier, they cannot scale in quality and geography very easily. You have things like latency, deliverability issues, but there's always somewhere in the world, there's a country that's going to change a regulation and that's going to require the app developer to customize that application to each country, and therefore, it doesn't scale. And that's why, in the first place, we created Nexmo.
Excellent. And we can see just the volume of usage in terms of it's met a key need to so many developers. So let's move on. So in your weblog, you identified 5 key issues. Now, I'm interested both from how Nexmo solves it, but also from your perspective as a broader industry, how could we potentially solve these issues? So kicking off with the first one, which is latency.
Yeah, before talking into the individual problems along the value chain, let's take a step back and look at this communication value chain. And it's very much like the airline industry. It's a hub and spoke model. And because it's a hub and spoke model, it's not fit for these business critical communication. So imagine a message can cross 10, 20 different platforms before reaching the final destination. It can do multiples around the world in terms of jurisdiction to finally reach the carrier. So that's the core issue of when it was designed for person-to-person communication. And as a result of that multi-hub structure, you have things like latency. Latency not only on each platform add latency, but also you have queues. You have capacity issue on each hub, leading to bottlenecks. The same issue of hubs, multiple hubs, leads to deliverability issue. Let's say you want to send a Unicode message, and one of the platforms doesn't support Unicode. It's going to fall on the floor. You have data insight problematic. We all know every time you send a message, you get a handset delivery confirmation, but most of the time you get them late, and some of the time they are faked because some spam filters are not ideal or not perfect. So how do you know that that communication has been effective? There's also security risks. We've seen in recent years some jurisdictions have certain privacy concerns around data, and they want the data to stay in their country. I can name Singapore and Germany as two examples. But when you have a message that is running across the globe multiple times, well, the security policy gets lost in translation. So how did we address that? So at Nexmo, as we said, first we exist to lower the barrier to entry, and we use APIs to replace traditional telco protocols. But also we solve the end-to-end quality issue across the value chain. So the first thing we've done in the last 4 years, we built what we call a direct-to-carrier network. So we are either 1 or 0 hop away maximum from any carrier in the world. That improves latency, give us more control over regulation, so that we can abstract that as well for our customers and improve the deliverability. But it's not enough, because a carrier one point of failure can break. So we started building redundancies across this value chain, and we start gathering feedback from end users. Every time we send, let's say, one-time password, be it a message or a phone call, we know whether that call or message resulted in a positive result for the end user. So we gather millions of data points per day, and that feeds into our algorithms to make sure that the quality is consistent for the developer. And that's how we solve that problem.
No, that's clear, and I feel the pain in Hub and Spoke, which I have to travel on very regularly in the US. The radar was down in New York, so JFK, LaGuardia, EWR had a ground stop for about 3 hours. And just that ground stop meant that arrival flights, I think it was like 4.5 hour delay. So yeah, we see it in the real world in a number of analogies.
And we do that not because it's fun. It's actually not fun at all, building this massive carrier network and manage it. We do it because it makes sense for our customers. Let's say you have a big brand that is trying to acquire a user. They spend $30 on that acquisition cost, and the message gets caught in a queue and gets delivered in 2 hours. That user is lost, that spending is lost. So we do that so that this communication becomes valuable and effective for our customers.
Yep. No, absolutely. So just sort of jumping around those 5 issues. I use SMS services for a number of sort of A2P applications, and one of the big problems I have is visibility. You fire it off, and it's almost getting feedback from somebody that says, "Alan, you said you sent this, and I didn't receive it." So I'm very interested. How can we solve this visibility issue?
Yeah, 80% of the tickets we receive is about that, and the problem is really getting lost in translation about getting the data from the final carrier to your application. Every SMSC would have a different error code, and since there's multi-hop issue, there's the mapping of these error code at the end of the number 10 hop. You're not going to be able to know anything about what's happening. So that's why when we get closer to the carrier, we really go deeper into mapping the right error code so that people know, or customer developers know, what's going on.
Exactly. I think that is the key point in terms of direct to carrier, because it avoids that lost in translation, but there is a significant investment involved in creating that direct to carrier network, because most developers can't afford it. I mean, there's like upfront fees, a whole host of compliance regulations that are local to each country. So it's a big barrier just to build that. So maybe compliance. This remains just, especially in Asia, just unbelievable. I'm interested to get your perspective around how both Nexmo, but also the broader industry, can solve this compliance issue, because that essentially means a lot of times stuff gets lost in the filters that operators put in because of regulation.
Yeah, I think this is one of the biggest threats for the growth of the A2P market, actually. And how we solve it is we abstract that for the developers. So let's say, take an example, in China you cannot send a certain type of traffic. We filter it on our end. We don't let the customer make mistakes. In France, if you send it with a numeric sender, you get a 500 euro fine. So we don't let that happen. So we abstract that on our end. So the developer need to develop one code, and then they can scale globally. And we've been reactive to the industry. There's a lot of changes happening on a weekly basis, and honestly, I don't know how the industry is going to solve it. I think it's really about being more critical about what makes sense for the end users, and a lot of the time it gets really political in certain countries. So I think having this abstraction layer makes sense so that the developer doesn't need to change their application every week when there's something new happening in a certain country.
So essentially what you're saying is there's no control over the regulators. They're going to do balmy things. Therefore, we just need an aggregator in the middle to basically cope with the balmy behavior of local regulators.
That's the best way we found so far.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into GSMA, ITU, or anything like that, because then Dean will start asking questions on that. So I'm just, I mean, from your weblog, where you went through those 5 issues, I'm just interested, do you have any interesting case studies, interesting sort of customer stories that just exemplify some of those problems that you've hit in just day-to-day operations?
Yeah, so we're going to have a customer here tomorrow, Zenly, talking about how they use our Verify API. Our Verify API is a 2-factor authentication API that solves a lot of these problems. And the result is there. They get over 10% increased conversion. So imagine that's 10% more users, that's 10% more return on your marketing investment. So we see that at least 2-digit improvement on the impact of that communication across the globe, and it varies by country. For instance, Latin America is very challenging. So here you can get 20% increase, where Europe it's pretty stable. You get maybe 2 or 3% increase.
Yeah, and that's a key point. Again, those regional variations have a big impact around effectiveness. That's a good point. So maybe moving on from the challenges that we're seeing, and the fact is, it is a problem, and I think for me it's one of the biggest concerns. At the moment, SMS has an unbelievable reach. US government uses it because it can reach over 90% of the population, more effective than email, but we sort of, as an industry, aren't, it's sort of letting it die on the vine by not really trying to solve some of these key challenges. So moving on from that, I'm interested, you're far more than just an SMS API provider. So just interested in some of the other APIs you provide and why you provide them.
Yeah, so we started with messaging because we really found a real problem to solve, and then we started adding new APIs based on customer needs. So we have a fully fledged voice API for two-way communication with the largest reach of inbound numbers, over 100 countries in the world, and we mentioned the Verify API. It's a high-level API to verify phone numbers. It's very simple for the developers. They send us a phone number, and we even make sure that they don't pay if we don't verify. So we remove the risk out of the network for them and make it consistent. We have Number Insight API that provide more information about phone numbers, validity, presence, roaming, so that customers can better customize the communication to the context. And most recently, we've announced our Chat App API. So we believe that chat apps like Viber, WeChat, are the next carriers of communication, and business-to-consumer communication is happening on these chat apps in emerging countries. Just a matter of time, they're going to come in developed countries. And we enabled that brands like KLM, like UNICEF, can actually interact with these users in a very intimate way over WeChat, over Facebook Messenger, in a similar way they interact over SMS or voice.
Yeah, and I think when you did that announcement, for me, I made a point of highlighting that because I think that's a key trend. That unless we solve these SMS issues, the market's just going to move to platforms that just are so much easier and just work globally. So yeah, I think that was very, it was leading because nobody else had made such an announcement. I think we're going to see lots of others follow on from that. Now, one of the challenges is, of course, as you mentioned, the SMS network was built for person-to-person. And some operators love to put issues around, oh no, the ratio of outgoing to ingoing, clamp it down. So you've got to be so careful about ratios on interactions. And what we've seen in the US is the appearance of 1-800 SMS that supposedly solves some of these issues. But of course, it's never done in a functional way because there's all these legacy businesses. So I'm interested in your perspective on 1-800 SMS. Can we make it work within the US? Do you think it's something that could work internationally?
Yeah, so consumers love to interact with their vendors, their advertisers through text messages, right? We've seen that earlier in one of the videos. And the toll-free SMS-capable numbers in the US are great for that. However, it's a very US-centric offering because very few countries in the world support toll-free SMS-capable numbers. And I think it's not going to happen outside the US because, as I said before, this consumer-to-business communication in emerging countries have moved to chat apps. And like what happened in Africa, we moved directly, we didn't even build a fixed line network, we moved to mobile network. Yep. That's going to happen on consumer to brand communication. It's going to be over chat app. It remains a very US-centric offering, and good luck getting, convince the regulators in other countries to offer that in the next 5 years. And if they do it in the next 5 years, the chat apps are going to take over.
And that leads to the last question before we open it up to the audience. The chat apps versus SMS. Taking a developed market view and sort of developing market view separately, will, in the limit, it all move to IP? Or do you think there'll be coexistence for, let's say, the next 10 plus years?
There will be coexistent for a very long time because the context of using A2P versus chat app is completely different. So you use A2P as a brand or as a developer when you don't know what application the user is having, what phone they have. You only have their phone number. And A2P have found the niche in that context. And that niche is increasing because there's more need to use your phone number on online platforms. So it is completely complementary, and we don't see any substitution, so you can use them in different contexts.
No, that's a very good point. So we'll open it up, and Dean's got his hand up, so I'll go over and take Dean. But please, we've got to stop Dean asking all the questions, okay?
On that last point about A2P, do you see a risk that iOS and Android push notifications are going to claim more and more of that market, particularly if there's a link to a browser?
Yeah, I think it could be, assuming if they have access to the phone number if they use the phone number as an identity for people, and that's one of the reasons why A2P and the carrier are making revenue from that growing market, is because they own the phone number and the identity of the person. So if that identity shifts towards the OS providers, then yes, there is a threat where push notification can actually become a substitute for A2P messaging, but it's not the case today.
And then this will be the last question.
I'm going to try and phrase this question in such a way that I'm not complaining. But if the thesis is that the value chain is broken, given say in Australia, it's been about 18 years since you could do inter-carrier SMS. And that opportunity created a value model for carriers to monetize SMS based on so many cents per message, which drove investment in their infrastructures and SMSC platform fees to the major vendors and such. Given all the things we spoke about this morning, is it just possible that there will never be any incentive whatsoever for any carriers, any other providers, just to provide SMS? There's no financial incentive anymore because everything's either in plan or it's free. As much as many, two-factor authentication and other business needs are driving, the use of SMS, but we're all being limited by the fact that, it's kind of sucky in terms of costs. So, is it possible that without some new way for carriers to monetize SMS, there's going to be never any incentive whatsoever to fix any of this stuff?
Yeah, it's a good question because carriers did two types of investment. They did a huge investment in their person-to-person SMS infrastructure, and they did very little investment in their A2P messaging infrastructure. And today they face a problem. P2P traffic is going down, is being cannibalized by chat apps. So, and they have A2P growing really fast. So they underinvested in A2P and they overinvested in P2P. So I think it's a question to the carrier: can you shift some of that unused capacity from P2P to A2P and enable an easier, highly redundant, more capacity on A2P as that market continues to grow. Well, A2P, they are getting revenue from A2P, for sure. Brands are willing to pay, companies, enterprises are willing to pay for A2P because of that niche use case where you want to communicate with a user and you don't know if they have what device they have, what app they have. whether they have push notification enabled or not. So that niche is there and it's growing. Whether it's going to be, whether they're going to feel it on their P&L, that's a key question. How big is going to be? We believe A2P is going to overtake P2P revenue like this year. Will they be receptive to shifting some of that investment into A2P because they already invested in the P2P infrastructure that's becoming unutilized?
So that's an excellent point. Thank you. So 2 things before we finish. Sorry, we're out of time, but Tony, you'll be around here till tomorrow?
Yeah.
Excellent. So you'll have a chance to catch up. They've got to stand over in the exhibition area. So first of all, to congratulate Tony in being a 6-week-old father of a baby girl. Congratulations, Tony. And for an excellent Q&A. That was great. Thank you so much, Tony. So Dinesh, if you could come on down and we'll get you set up for your presentation. Yeah, it's fine. No, they have to turn it on, so just give them a sec. There you go. Be good.
Good morning. First of all, I want to actually thank Alan. We have been on the with the TADSummit for the 3rd year, and I have seen how it had grown over the years. We started in Bangkok, and now we're here in Lisbon. So again, thank you, Alan. And today I want to talk to you about something very interesting. It's something that last year in Istanbul, we came and spoke about developer ecosystem, how we have built it, and what were some of the criteria, and and we had a case study with our telco at that time. So from that to today, this year we actually won the GSMA Best Technology Platform, which is being used by Dialog Idea Mart, which is one of the Axiata operators. And I'm going to talk about what's the story behind. How did we go about doing this? How did we really build that ecosystem? And how are they making revenue out of it? So APIs make money. How many of you think that's correct? Really? So for us, what we have seen, most of the operators have got onto this bandwagon of we have an API system. We also are investing heavily on API ecosystems. But if you really look at, are they making money out of that? So APIs don't make money. It may be a surprise for most of you, but the services is what really makes money. So how do we build this ecosystem? How do we really build this ecosystem on getting services that will be used? I think Tony talked a little bit before about the whole A2P market, and this is what we have seen growing extensively. So extending innovation capabilities. So this is what we are talking about. And the story behind the technology platform that we introduced with Axiata, and not only with Axiata, we have Vodafone Fiji using it. We also have M1 in Singapore using it. So we have multiple operators using this platform. And really the capability behind that is looking at these 3 areas. It's a long-tail business model, increasing internal efficiency, and also creating enterprise services. I think that's where these 3 things comes together, and that's how you actually build a service innovation. So I'm going to talk about 3 factors for driving innovation. First, we talk about innovation by all. What does that mean? Innovation by all. We all talk about developer ecosystems. What we saw when we used this capability, we came up with two other areas. Developers that we all know about, but we also built a non-developer ecosystems that can really use these APIs and create services out of that. Then the enterprises. So we actually coined this, an area we call the northbound innovation layer. So we said, northbound innovation layer can actually sit on multiple API platforms. So when we go into a carrier to a telco, we will talk to them and say, what's your API ecosystem looks like? They said, okay, we invested hugely. We spent multi-million dollars in going onto an API platform. But are you making money? Really, no. So that's where we come into play. We say, okay, let's work together. Let's build a northbound innovation layer. And I'll go a little bit detail what we mean in the next couple of slides. So we have a developer portal. Then we have a non-developer self-service ecosystem. I will actually take you through one app that we have built here. So this is a web services, WebRTC application. You can see this application is only 5 steps. We actually build the application. You can see it on your right side, the application being built. Then you actually see the simulation of that. And this application is to create a WebRTC call that you can take it for insurers. So what happens, it's a mesh-up application with USSD as well as WebRTC built together. So what it did was it created that I'm getting an appointment set up with an insurance agent to have a chat. And what happens is the insurance agent actually goes out and calls me to the time that I gave you that I'm free to have that chat. So what happens with WebRTC, the traditional ways, we have actually turned it around that you can actually now, as a user, monetize the operator network and create the services on that. So that's one. Second, a platform to build successful businesses. Again, this is another interesting part. As a developer, if I'm building applications, it's not about counting the number of API calls. It's not about how much I pay for each API call. It's about the application that I build that bring value to my customers. So that's what we talk about. It's not about the number of API calls. It's about creating that ecosystem that you can build value out of your network assets that you're exposing. And the last and the most important part, engagement with the app creators. So for the engagement with the app creators, we have 3 things: incentives, engagement, and platform. So incentives is something very crucial. When we worked with Dialog Asiata, it was very interesting. We went and spoke to them and said, okay, we have this platform, we want to work with you to bring this to the developers. Initial reaction was, we don't see an ROI on that. So if we said, we don't see an ROI, we said, okay, let's work on that ROI. We went through a series of workshops with them. We built an ecosystem. We said, okay, we want you to revenue share 70% of your revenue with the developers. So that was the turning point. That was the turning point where they were able to actually incentivize their developers 70% of the revenue. As soon as that happened, we saw a huge ecosystem being built. Engagement was very key. I'm going to show you a couple of activities, from the TADHads to workshops to helping the developers to build that ecosystem was something very good. And then the platform. The platform was an end-to-end platform. So for an operator to be able to service 2,000 to 3,000 app developers, you need to have a platform which is an end-to-end. From onboarding a developer all the way into revenue reconciliation. It's completely managed through the platform. So to have this more than 3,000 developers, our operators, they only have 3 people who is managing the whole platform, which is something very key. So let me take you something area, I think. So we ran TADHack Sri Lanka. So this is the location we had. It was facing the Indian Ocean, and we had over 100 developers coming, and we were actually hacking for 2 days. And some of the applications that came out of that are being funded by angel networks. We have 3 applications that are going into being funded, and it's in the early stage. So what we did, and you see the CIO of Dialog was the keynote speaker for that, and we were talking about how they built the Dialog Asiata API ecosystem. For TADHack, we had over 500 registrations. We had over 150 teams, and we couldn't handle all of them. So we actually had over 100 developers hacking in 3 locations. So we actually ran the TADHack in Colombo, in Jaffna, and in Bangladesh. And the key is that engagement that we have done is creating the ecosystem with the developers. That really brought the revenue for the operator. Now, it's the same platform that we are running with Dialog Asiata is close to about 5 locations now, and we are bringing these developers into those locations, and also we are bringing those applications from those locations into other operators. So we have built a complete developer ecosystem. If you go to our dev space, which we call the developer ecosystem, you can actually register and see what's happening, and there's a lot of resources as well as opportunities that we are looking to kind of bring developers into the markets that we are in. So just a sneak preview of what we have done. So please stop by at our booth and talk to us. You know, I also have our Chief Business Development Officer here. So talk to us and how, come and talk to us, how we can work with you and really bring this ecosystem and taking out into not only the operators, but also the developers that we are working with. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions for Dinesh? Again, please stop Dean asking all the questions.
Dinesh, I mean, you guys have done an amazing job in Sri Lanka, specifically getting operators to agree on the 70-30 revenue split. Talking amongst other operators outside in other parts of the world, what sort of reaction have you had to that sort of standardization or that level of the high proportion going to the developer rather than the carrier?
You mean in the other locations? Yeah, so not only in Sri Lanka, but most of the operators that we are discussing, we actually proposing to them, if you really want to build that ecosystem, if you're really serious about it, if you just want to have an API system because my competitor is having, then it's not the right thing to do. But if you really want, if you're really committed for your developers and if you really want to make a difference in building a developer ecosystem, the majority of the revenue you must try to share with the developers. So, so we have, I don't want to mention a couple of names, but we have between about 60 to 70% we can still convince some of the operators to do that.
And it's important, I think, to point out that that's only where you're implementing a rev share with the developer. I mean, you've got another model as well where targeting enterprises or just the telco's customers, and they're just paying for the usage of those services. They're exposed through APIs. Exactly. So there's a couple of business models. I think one of the big untapped areas, we keep saying developer. We think it's some abstract concept that out there developing applications that we do a 70-30 split on, but actually massive untapped potential with the most operators, it's all their customers. I think that's been a big success area for Dialog.
Yes, exactly.
Any other questions? If not, again, they'll be here throughout the whole of the event and have a stand in the exhibition area. So again, show our appreciation for a leading case study. Thank you so much, Dinesh. So moving on, can Telestax and Manjeet come on down? So Manjeet's got a very interesting service. So looking forward to his presentation. Let me get all my stuff out of your way, sorry. I think again, another example of a business that's delivering a very locally relevant proposition to its customers and blending in telecom capability. So this isn't like the fundamental enabler of Manjit's business, but it helps him differentiate and, in terms of operations, be able to deliver a superior experience. So again, what we're trying to do is show you lots of different case studies of interesting businesses around the world that are using telecom capabilities. So over to you, Manjit.
My name is Manjit, and I am representing Pinning Tech Private Limited. So we are primarily focused in a tablet management solution industry. That is, we have something called as our managed devices solution. So I'll just take you through the different kind of case studies that we have done for our managed tablet solutions. Okay, so first of all, we are not really any hardware company which is selling our hardware, that is our tablets and Android devices. So what we have is we have something called as our managed tablets. So this managed tablet, what we have is it's like an out-of-box solution that is available. So what we are trying to do it is we are trying to use it in both B2B solutions as well as B2C solution. So usually what happens is whenever, let's say you buy a tablet or Android device for your son or for yourself, so you have to actually create an account with Google Store, and then you have to find out what are the relevant applications that are available, and then you have to start using them. And at times you will feel that some of the applications is just like draining your battery. Some applications are making your tablet or your devices hang. So for that, what we are actually doing is in our B2C solution, so we have something called as our kids tablets that are available. So we have some of our own different applications that are available, and we have our own store that is available. So through that store, what we do is that is whenever any application has to be pushed onto the devices, so we do a rigorous testing of that application, and if that application is the right application, then only those applications are pushed. And also a lot of time that is what happens is that is whenever you buy a tablet for your kid or for your parent, so they don't really know how to use those devices. So what we have is we have basically a remote management solution through which you can push applications, you can manage applications. You actually also get application performance statistics. That is whenever your applications are running, so every week, so we create statistics of the application that is running on your tablet, and we specified if some applications are hanging your devices, if they are using too much of network, if they are draining too much of battery. So we create a statistic report and then we send it on the email. And then for a B2B solution, so we have our solution. That is what we do is, depending upon the different need of our customers, so we can customize the hardware. Then we have an application management platform. So I'll just talk about the application management platform. So with the help of this platform, you can actually manage all the applications that are running on your devices. That is starting from managing the version of the application. So a lot of our customers, that is, they have private applications and they do not want to host those applications on Google Android, Google Play Store and push through that Play Store. So what we have is we have a customized application management platform through which the customers can manage the versions of the application. Let's say if some new versions of the applications are coming, so they can decide that is this new version has to be pushed on how many devices, the location of the devices. And if they want to do a pilot, let's say only the pilot on a specific area, let's say only in a specific area in Africa or India, so they can actually do that with the help of our application management platform. Then we have security management of the devices also available. So with the help of this security management of devices, so customers can remotely manage the security of the application. They can lock the device, they can wipe out the device, they can actually make the device lock so that customers have to put in an extra password. Then the location tracking of the devices. That is, you can also do the location tracking of the devices. You can specify that this device should not be going outside, let's say, a specific area, let's say in New York. So as soon as the device goes out of that area, so the device automatically gets locked. Then we have data analytics of the application. So whenever the customers are running their applications, so they also want to find out that is how much, how are their applications behaving on the devices, how many times the application is getting used, how much transactions are being done with that application. So we have an API through which the data analytics of the applications can also be managed. And then of course, so we have a push notification application available. So just talking about the market. So this is basically the mobility management devices market. So I mean, you can see that is in 2014, it was supposed to be $1,366 million. And this is expected to grow to $5.7 billion by 2018. Now, just talking about from a broad perspective, that is when you talk about the applications, I mean, primarily we are focusing currently on the Android market. So if you just talk about the Android application, so one is your public application. So public applications anyhow can be distributed easily, but for the customer that have private applications that they do not want to host directly on the Google Play Store, so there are a lot of challenges apart from the creation of application. So apart from creation of Android application, it is the distribution, maintenance, as well as the security of the applications, as well as the devices that has to be managed. Now, this is the architecture that we are providing to our customers. That is, these are the devices that are available. And these devices, they can connect directly to the data center depending upon what kind of applications our customers are using. And then on every tablet, we have an application that runs. That's a pinning application that runs. And that pinning application is sending information to something called as our centralized Android server. On that centralized Android server, it sends all kind of information about the usage statistics. That is, it also sends what applications are available. Also, if some push notifications has to be sent, so the entire thing can be done with the help of our centralized Android server. So these are some of the services that we are providing to our customers with the help of our Android managed tablets. So centralized dashboard for application updates and new installations. So whenever some new installations has to be done, now the customers or our customer do not have to go and call all the tablets for installing application. Those can be done remotely, and they can also see the entire statistics. Let's say if there are 20,000 devices available, so they can see on 10,000 devices the application has been deployed, on 5,000 it is already scheduled, and on another 5,000 if there is any problem that is coming, so they can also see those kind of statistics with our centralized dashboard. Then releasing new application upgrades to a target point of sales for Poland. So what customers want to do is that, as I mean, one of our customer in Africa, so they wanted to try some application, but they do not want to push it on all their devices. So they wanted to do it on a target devices. So that is what we are providing to them. So now they can only push the applications on some target devices, see how the application is behaving, see how the customers or their agents are using those applications, and then decide whether they want to go across all the devices or they just want to limit on those devices. Then remote troubleshooting. So also what we are facing is that is whenever the devices are available in remote location and the customers are facing some problem with those devices. So we have this remote troubleshooting system available through which the applications, the logs can be directly uploaded to the server. The customers can actually see those logs and they can find out what exactly is the problem, and then they can remotely troubleshoot their devices. Then controlling applications that can run on the tablet, they can decide what applications to be running on the tablets, and they can also remove the applications that they do not want on their tablets. And then security, then again, the security can also be managed remotely for the devices. Also, we have our API available that we provided to our customers. That is, whenever they are using their application, so they can use our API and they can do business analytics, like they can find out how many transactions their applications are actually getting done from a specific tablet. Then cost analytics, they can also find out that is how cost effective their applications are getting. If some of their vendor are using multiple applications, so they can do an analysis and find out that is whether their application is actually doing the right kind of business or not. And then point of sales analytics, that is with the help of our application, that is they can also find out that is how much application is getting used that is on the point of sale. So one of our customer has approximately 20,000 devices which are sent across different locations. So with the help of the of our management solution, they can find out that is what are the devices that are using the application maximum number of time, what are the devices that are doing the maximum transactions, and then they can do their analysis on the basis of those data. So the next challenge that we are trying to solve is that is our customer customer support center. So the customer support center is, I mean, now our customers are asking for a customer support center through which they can actually manage all the queries or the problems that are coming from their devices. So for that, we are actually launching this WebRTC-based customer support center. And with the help of this, so currently we have already done video call, chat, and screen sharing. And the next thing that we are actually working on is the screen control and remotely taking control of the devices. And the technology that we are doing is that we are taking help of the Telestex guys, and we are using their RESTCOM server for creating this customer support center for our customers. So just to discuss some case study. So we are doing it for one of our customers, that is Arc Marine Solution. This is basically a Singapore-based company. And they have over 50,000 ships, and they have different applications that are available on those ships. So for managing those devices, and all the applications are private applications. So what they are doing is they're using our solution for managing all those devices and pushing applications, as well as finding the location of their different ships wherever the ships are moving. Then we are also working with one of our customers, that's Wari in Africa, and they have a money transfer solution, and they just wanted to manage all their 20,000 Wari points directly sitting at one location. Earlier, they were facing a lot of problem. That is, whenever one of the agent or their Wari points are facing any problem, so they had to manually go and fix those applications and devices. Now we have provided them a way through which they can centrally manage everything. And now the next thing that we are doing is we are setting up a customer care center for all their agents that are available across Africa. And then we are also helping them with the analytics of their application. That is how their applications are getting used, and just to make the right decisions for their new applications. That's all. That is what we're trying to do, help. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Manjeet? So I'm just interested in your business. How old is it? How many customers do you have? Just to sort of give a feel for how young it is or how old.
We started this 3 years back, and now we have customers. In B2B, so we have over 50 customers, and we have approximately around 80,000 tablets that we're currently working on.
So significant base.
And in B2C, yeah, we are just working on the B2C space. There are a lot of regulations that we have to take care of in the B2C space. But yes, we have approximately 10,000 tablets in the B2C space also.
Gotcha. Cool. Any questions? I can see people are ready for lunch, so let's move on. Thank you so much, Manjeet.
Thank you.
So Lewis, if you would take the stand. And Lewis has promised to keep this one short and sweet so that we'll be able to get our break for lunch. Oh, one thing. If you haven't registered, so that's on the right-hand side. So if you haven't met Karen and Megan, you should. Not only to meet them as people, but also to register. Because I know there's several people here who've are physically here, but they haven't picked up their badge or confirmed that they're here. So please make sure you register over with Karen and Megan. Thanks. And with it, it'll be up on your left-hand side.
Yep. Automatic. It's not automatic.
I'm just going to say, if you take it out and put it back in again, because I don't think it's recognized. There you go. There you go.
Okay. Hi everyone, I'm Louis. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Happy Days. So I was very happy this morning to see Olivier introduce Roger Voice, which is a good example of what you can do with our platform and mashing it up with other platforms. And so, as Alan said, I wanted to keep it light. So last week, 2 weeks ago, I was at the Web Summit, which is the other part of the world, the web which has democratized telecoms. And I had a totally different audience. So I started my presentation by asking the audience how many people knew the application Slack. So I will ask the same question. How many people in this room know the Slack application? Okay, and use it. Okay. Then my second question was, how many of you have like a phone number displayed on your website? And then this I won't ask here, but then the arms went all down, and I think it was an interesting starting point to show what problems we face. Oops. That's good. We face in the industry. In fact, if you are not from the telecom industry or from the unified communication industry, business communications seem to be something which is quite expensive, complex, and closed. It means like it's really like a big barrier. And it's something that is strange because these markets, as you all know, are huge. So how can it come that like the most disruptive companies, the web companies, the startups all over the world are not in capacity of displaying a phone number? So this is the first problem we were trying to solve when we were created 2 years ago. If you're a developer, you can solve two kinds of problems. You can either solve a price problem, if you want to connect to a network and if you want to use voice, for instance, for call centers. But the most important thing is if I want to add features to or create applications or for existing applications, I can use the Happy Days WebRTC API or SDKs, and I can even use SMS. But if you're not a developer, and this is something we wanted also to address, and this is a lot of people. I mean, there are startups where they are not only developers. What can you do? So at Happy Days, we are a little bit different from other API platforms. We try also every 6 months to come out with new applications that can solve very, let's say, repeat problems, like how can I put a phone number on a website? How can I put a call widget on a website? So we come out with this kind of applications. But our main message is build your own solutions in an inexpensive, simple, and open way. And I think there is really, we saw this morning all these beautiful applications. Maybe it's my phone. Oops. And I think there is really a huge opportunity that as an API platform we experience every day, is that there is really a huge opportunity because there are two things that are changing and that open a lot of business opportunities for us. It's the way we consume services. So we saw, for instance, an application this morning that Olivier introduced, and other applications we saw this morning, and also the way we work. So, and the way we work is more collaborative, and I think Slack in the last year has shown that it's really very easy to take an application and to make multiple usages of it. So I just wanted, it's a light presentation, to focus on that one and introduce you a little bit to what we did with this application that we called Hotspot, which is basically a lightweight business phone system for anyone using Slack. So now I'm going to do a dangerous thing, is try to swap to a demo. Okay. So basically if you all know Slack, where you can have your teams, what Hotspot does is in 20 seconds, you get a phone number anywhere in the world, and your teams can start receiving and making calls. So it goes through an authentication process through Slack, through the Slack API. Then there is a double factor authentication provided by Nexmo, where we control the phone number of the user, where he gets the code. And then it's very easy. You just have to choose a country, and you can pick a phone wherever you want. Let's say here, okay, in the US, for instance, in San Francisco. Let's hope it works. So I choose a phone number, I confirm, and I have instantly my phone number. And here, we took the graphics of Slack. You can very easily and in a very user-friendly way say I switch on and switch off the system. You can have like voicemail greetings with a standard message. Okay, no sound. Okay, sorry. So you have like a standard greeting. You can redirect the number to anyone in your team, and then you can very easily create a channel or use an existing channel in Slack to send notifications into the Slack channel. So here we have like a channel where you receive all your hotspot calls here, and then you can start using it and making and receiving calls. So here you have all. You can make calls everywhere you want. You can import contacts into the application, and you can also like label calls and send notes to Slack. And you have all the statistics for your team. So for the moment there are not a lot of calls. Okay, so this is an example, and I wanted also to share that because we launched it like at the Web Summit. It was because we were looking for what can we show. If we go there to the web world and we show a telecom API, I think most of the people will not understand what we are doing. So we integrated this application, and immediately people understood. So we can make telecom from complex to very simple because it solves a real problem for a lot of startups. And basically answering, do you use Slack? Yes. Do you have a phone number? No. So come over here. So I cannot share the exact figures, but I mean the adoption rate like in the last 10 days is like huge. We onboarded over 200 teams in this application. We even have the Twilio team which we onboarded with hundreds of members. So it's quite impressive. And I think this shows the power of a collaborative tool, but it also shows the power of what an API can do. And we can do much more than what we did here. We can add SMS, we can add conferencing, we can add a lot of things to this. And it can be, hopefully it will become a quite popular application, which in fact started by being a demo. So it's our internal startup. Oops. So back to the slides. Okay, so we saw everything. So these are all the features. I'll share this presentation. So with our API, you can, here I listed some companies, you can do completely different things. We have ad networks like Xanox who are doing call tracking, Criteo who use it for remote WebRTC features, for remote workers. VisiPerf is also an ad network. Bank Casino are using the widget for call solution. Roger Voice that you saw this morning. And also one of the reasons why we are here at TADSummit is because we are very open to alliances and partnerships. So we're working on the JSIC project, and we also work on Ubuntu to charm some of our applications. So yeah, we are very enthusiastic about all these API movements and all this TAD movement, because I think, and we feel it from year to year, that things are really changing and that the telecom and the web world are really coming together closer and closer. So that's it. Thank you, and you can come on our tabletop and get a nice t-shirt. Thanks.
Excellent. Okay, just project. Thank you so much, Lewis. Do we have any questions for Lewis?
Motion.
Can we get this one round? Both of them. Just so everybody can hear. It was a battery issue. We have power again.
I think it's very cool how you're building on Slack, which is a very fast-growing platform. I just have a stupid question. Do you think that people will actually convert to paying users for this kind of service?
Yeah, I don't know. I would like to have the answer. This is something we started because we need also like to do demos. We need to demo, you know, like when we talk about APIs, people don't always visualize what they can do. You can do everything or nothing, you know, but basically what people are looking for is like I make a call or I send an SMS, that's the basic. But to show that you can really like do much more things, and because we were using Slack for us, so we were the first users, and we don't have like a business phone system at the office, and we also work some of remotely. We set up this kind of thing. So your question is, what I can say is that understanding of the tool is immediate, and you know a lot of people, more like web people, understand it immediately and go on it. If they are willing to pay, that's a good question. I'll tell next year.
A secondary question, because the problem we have at the moment is education. People just aren't aware of all the cool things you can do. I mean, that's part of what we've been doing with TADHack, is just banging the drum across so many different industry sectors, showing what we can do. And for Apidays, maybe that isn't the monetization route. 200, was it 200 people or 200 teams?
Teams.
200 teams.
Much more people.
Now they're all could be using Apidays APIs, to which you have a clear monetization model.
Yep.
So again, it's part of it is just education. I think as an industry, especially if you come from the telco side or the VoIP side, you sort of look at it as, well, it's all obvious. Well, actually, for most people, it's like this black box, and it's showing people the fact that this black box now is open and programmable. We've only just started scratching the surface. Any other questions? If not, let's thank Lewis for an excellent presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we're breaking for lunch now. So that's going to be over in the exhibition area. We have another M-poll question coming out, so keep an eye. Now, will this be a notification push or SMS? Okay, it'll be another SMS. So keep an eye on that for responding to that. Mark tweeted on the survey from the plenary, and was it from the plenary or was it from the keynote? Yeah. So you check Twitter to see those results. We will be back here. Oh well, we'll be splitting into 3 work groups. So we have workstream 1, which will be led by Mark here. That's going to be in Amista, so you'll see the basically Mark's photo on there. Back here in this room will be Telcos Making a Difference, led by Mr. Bodie, and then Rob Curver will be running the real-time enterprise over in Jade 2. Both rooms are over in the far right-hand side, over in that corner. The food is over in the far left-hand side. So we'll see you back in one of those rooms at 2 p.m. Thanks a lot.
party because it is going to be given by 4 individuals who all work for telcos whose name has got a T in it. And we've got a bit of a star turn first up. Sasha Volta, who is a bit of a celebrity in his own lifetime. I don't know, if people have been to Mobile World Congress, and if you went last year, do you remember the connected home internet coffee machine thingy, what's it? In the connected village? Well, anyway, Sasha was the person who did that and never got recognized for it. You didn't get a pay rise or bonus for that, did you? You did? You got money?
No, not really.
Oh, right. Well, he should have got money because it was brilliant. So without any further ado, I'll hand over to Sasha, who's going to show us, well, all kinds of things. Sasha, all yours.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. And, well, that was the first time that somebody called me a celebrity. So that scares me like the whole talk I have to do. Because it's on the Internet of Things, and I personally think, I guess, that we have absolutely no clue what to do with the Internet of Things and with all the connectivity. So that's the reason why I do this talk, to somehow inspire you to get rid of all these concerns and to ditch your constraints and to think on new strategies, how to innovate and how to create something more useful for your customers and clients. That's the purpose of this talk. Because if you think about the history of the Internet of Things and of these all connected devices and gadgets, that's around since more than 30 years. Some people say the ATMs are the first sample of the Internet of Things, of connectivity of everyday devices. Some other people think home automation started in the 17th of the last century, might be the first trial of Internet of Things. Others say the first connected vending machine from 89 in the last century. All these things are somehow the starting point of connectivity of everyday devices connected to each other. And the strange thing about that is, if you have a look at this fridge here, which is invented by Electrolux in 99, that this is still nothing people really like to buy. Do you know anybody who really owns a connected fridge, a smart fridge? I don't know anybody, and this is in the market since decades. So I think we are quite bad in the value proposition. What we promise the people, what they get, it does not just simply not work out. We have to change our strategy. We have more to start with the question why. Why should anybody in the world buy what we are doing? Why should anybody in the world need our products, really likes to use our products? And even if you talk to your developers in your team, ask them, would you buy what you're currently developing? Would you buy that on your own? Especially if that's a consumer product. And I bet most of your developers, they won't buy it. It's maybe just too expensive, too complicated. And this is something we have to think about. We have to change. We have to think about how to target the majority of the people, not just the early adapters, the people who are willing to use technology for its self-purpose. We need to target the real consumers. That's one of the issues we have, because we always think about technology, and I guess most of you think about business, but nobody thinks about the need, the demand, the purpose of the stuff we are developing. And if you see that slide, I guess you understand what I mean. It's because it's just too complicated right now. We have to make it easier. We have to simplify that. And we have to keep in mind all the concerns the consumers in the end have, because the consumers don't really get the purpose of all this connectivity, of all this Internet of Things stuff. But that's the case since hundreds of years. Every time somebody new was invented, the people scared this new invention. For example, when the train was invented in the 1830s of the second last century, the people thought if you're traveling more than 20 miles per hour, you will somehow get crazy, and if you travel more than 30 miles per hour, you will suffocate to death. So that was something not only the regular users, the regular consumers thought, even doctors said so. And we have to deal with these concerns. We have to understand why what we are doing, this connectivity of all this stuff, is something which is somehow magic to the people. Even if Edison did invent the light bulb, the people thought he's a wizard, because that was something they couldn't understand. There's a light going on and off. That was magic to these people. And this will be the case for all these connectivity we are doing right now. For example, Google calls that the physical web, and that means that we turn around the paradigm. We don't try to get the everyday data into the computer, into the internet anymore. We try to do it the other way around, vice versa. We try to get the internet into everyday devices, like toothbrushes, egg boxes, as mentioned, fridges, toilet paper, printers, and whatever you can imagine. Everything will be somehow connected. And we need to deal with this. We need to this idea of everything that can be connected will be connected. And the way I do that is the way I do explore this world, because if you don't do it on your own, if you don't explore that, you will not understand it. That's my honest opinion. I think if you just talk about the technology, and if you talk about the business cases, then it's somehow overbearing, because then you talk to your customers about solutions you don't understand. You can't go to a customer anymore and say, you have an issue and I have the solution for you. That's not the truth. You need to talk together with him and to develop new ideas. And to do so, I think you have to explore these capabilities and possibilities, all these opportunities. And that's what I do in my spare time. I play a lot with my family, with my kids. I try to build prototypes. I try to try out all these possibilities, all these technologies. And therefore, I have a bunch of devices with me always to figure out what can I do, how can I do it, how does it feel? Because besides the business cases, the technology, the use cases you have, also the user experience, the joy of use, the joy is very, very important. And as mentioned, I always have a bunch of devices with me. I have my personal construction kit, because I like to develop ideas on the fly together with customers and partners. I guess that's very important, because if you have just a rough idea, you need to experience this idea to understand if it's feasible and if it's worth to spend more time on developing it further. I know a lot of people talking, as I mentioned, about the technology and the business cases, and then they spend months on this idea without asking the question, is there any experience? Is there any need? Would anybody in the world at least buy this product? And therefore, I have my construction kit, and usually, as the coffee maker James did mention, that took us 2 days to build this product. It earned a lot of awareness, a little bit fame as well, and we realized that this will never be a product. It totally makes no sense, but for marketing reasons, it was a big success. And that's what I'm doing with partners. And you don't need that much knowledge. For example, that's based on just a simple door-window switch, just a strange sample without any sense, but it's a door-window switch just used for table soccer to explore the possibilities, what you can do with that. And I know people, they use door-window switches for the letterbox, for example, because they really have a demand. They really want to try out how to figure out if there's some letters incoming. And because of this door-window switch, a red light or something like that goes on in their flat, and they see, now I got a letter, I can go downstairs and take out this letter. So people have demands, and they try to solve these demands on their own, just based on what we provide, what we do as technology infrastructure provider. Furthermore, as I said, you can use a simple door-window switch in completely different scenarios to build your ideas in seconds. And I do the same together with my son, for example. He likes to play with tin foil, with modeling clay, Play-Doh, for example. He uses Scratch as a very easy-to-use programming environment. And I guess everybody in this audience should be capable of using Scratch, because it's a visual environment. You drag and drop your code together. And even my son, he did start that with the age of 8. And now he's doing talks based on that. He's now 10. And he goes to maker fairs presenting this idea to hundreds of people, how to build your own smart home just using modeling clay, tin foil, pencil, whatever you like. And I can show you that this is modeling clay, and this is a special thing we We somehow have a small bakery at home. We cook that on our own. And this is, for example, conductive. And hopefully it will work. And you see, oh, usually it should work. And you see the light goes on because of this conductive modeling clay. And you might ask, what's the purpose of that? It's to lower the barriers, to just start doing things, not just chatting around, just start doing things, and providing the partners and developers the technology to create own ideas, to fulfill their own ideas, to fulfill their needs.
Developers.
We think, I skip it because of the time constraints here, but we think developers are important, but honestly, as telco, we are quite bad in addressing developers. Even we don't understand who are the developers, and the time has changed. Developers are not the typical coding guys anymore. Mostly everybody can be a developer. Designers, makers, do-it-yourself people, everybody can be a developer as long as he has a real need he wants to fulfill. That's a challenge. We have to address people who have needs, who want to create new scenarios, and therefore we have to provide these people the right technology. And if we do that the right way, these people, they consume our services, they turn into prosumers because they consume our services and they produce something new on top of that. So we can together monetize that. So that means some of the consumers we have, which buy, for example, our smart home solutions, some of these consumers, they turn into developers because they have special needs. And then we can think about these needs, these solutions, if they are worth spending more time to provide this to all consumers. That's the way we like to work in our department, and therefore we decided to go the open source way. We think it's much more effective to open source software and to find partners which like to join your alliance, to work together with you, to build something new on top of that. Because as a telco, providing a smart home platform, infrastructure, and a white label product like KVCon, it's hard to stand against companies like let's say, Amazon or whatever. We think it's good to have an alliance, to work together and to open source your solution. So everybody can join your alliance, and this gives you much more power. Furthermore, we think it's important to join conferences, events of every kind. For example, that's a hackathon provided or organized by BSH. It's a company which builds home appliances, and we did attend this to make experience, to see what are other developers doing, what are makers doing, what needs do they have, what they try to solve, what they try to fulfill. And therefore, we join these hackathons. Best part of that, sometimes we win these hackathons as well, but we make a lot of contacts to regular consumers. That's, for example, retrofitting a blender, where we add some sensors to turn it into a more intelligent, into a more smart device. Anyway, this is a very important part. I mentioned all these sensors, and Huawei, for example, I guess they attend this conference as well. They expect there will be 2 million new sensors each hour starting 2025. And it's our aim to make something useful out of that. We are responsible to make something with a value based on that, because it's a little bit like spreading out cockroaches, all the sensors. And we have to make something useful. Maybe we can put it into cows, for example, all these sensors. And the farming industry is already working great because they can measure the benefit. It's very easy to find scenarios worthwhile to invest for the farming industry. But measuring a cow is just one part of that. And as you remember, I did start with the Lakeshore Strangler, with a more or less scary slide. Because if you think one step further, people like to quantify, they like to measure a lot of stuff. And this is a pacifier measuring your baby, for example. It's very much the same idea like the cow. It measures the temperature and whatever, but it's based on your kid. I think it's scary. And if you think one step further, there are already toys in the market you can buy, like this one.
Kayla knows millions of things.
What's a baby goat called? A baby goat is called a kid.
Kayla knows millions of things, and she plays games with you too.
You love memory match. I I know your favorite pudding is strawberry cupcakes.
How does she know that?
Kayla knows so much about you. And now Kayla has a new princess look and activities.
And well, that's the sad part of this talk. Maybe you recognized I'm German, and to me it's really scary. There's a toy in the children's room which knows so much about you. That's really scary, and they changed the advertisement in Germany. In Germany it just says, Kayla knows so much. So you see, all the things we are doing are also a cultural thing. It's not only based on when you are born and how you get used to technology, it's also a little bit about the culture we are living in. Anyway, it's all a little bit uncanny. There is an analogy used in the robotics or filming industry, movie industry. They call it the uncanny valley. If things getting more natural, more like human beings, then people think at a certain point this is a little bit like a zombie. It scares people. And this is something which gets you really in a complicated situation, because observing my kids, they expect everyday things around them to behave like beings. That's something they really expect nowadays. If they talk to the Xbox, for example, they expect that they can use a regular language. My parents, for example, they would like to talk to a computer in a more command line oriented way. So that's something which also has to do with the age of the people and the way how they get used to technology, because in the end people will expect things behaving like beings, but in a not scary way. Well, that happens all the time to me, that I destroy lights on the stage. Anyway, to deal with that, I think you have to build prototypes, you have to be creative, and one way to do that is the design or hybrid thinking strategy. That's something you can do. I can't get into that in really detail, but the most important part, I think, is to empathize. You need to empathize your customers, your clients. You need some love for them, and you have to experience these things on your own. And then you get in the third step to the ideation phase. And the ideation phase is the most complicated and most challenging part, because you need to be very creative, and getting creative, turning into somebody who is creative, means you have to get out of your box. That's the challenging part. For example, this is a standard jigsaw, how to connect these 9 dots with just 4 strokes without picking up the pen. That's just one challenge. And if you think about that, most people come to no solution, and some people, they figure out you have to get out of this grid. That's the challenging part. You have to get rid of your constraints you have in mind, because most people think you have to stay in this grid, but it's nowhere written. And the standard solution therefore looks like that. But the question is that the only solution? Because nowhere is written that you can't use a very thick pen, for example. You could use a pen that thick, or you can bend the paper, and so on. So you have to get rid of all the constraints of all the prerequisites. That's the challenging part. You have to see things the other way around. It's called the headstand technology. To ask yourself what's possible in a wired or in an odd way. And to get to this point, I think you need to create lighthouses. You need to create prototypes of a value. That's important, to get a feedback, to prove your idea, you prove your concept. And this is very important. Anyway, I wanted to talk a little bit about technology. You have 3 minutes? Oh, I'm over the time? 2 minutes, okay. And I think the IoT means resistance is futile, because you have no chance. Everything will be connected. Everything is based on simple event buses. Technology-wise, it's really, really easy. And therefore, I have a bunch of things here, like connected devices, an Arduino board. And if you like, I can show that to you in the networking session at 3:30, I guess. And I will present all the things, and the final slide is that one.
Various things.
Soy Gedios! Hey, Pierce, how'd you know our favorite foods?
I analyzed your leavings.
Oh.
Pierce, that was delicious. Can we help you with the dishes?
Marge, what kind of Cybertronic Ultrabot would I be if I let those beautiful hands touch dishwater?
And hopefully you got the two important parts, no homework to do anymore. That's the benefit of connected homes. While the opposite is, this home is capable of analyzing your leavings, and I'm not sure if I like that. Thank you for your patience.
Brilliant. Thanks for that, Sasha. Sebastian, can you leg it down the front while Sebastian is disconnecting, I think. What happened to the helicopter? I was expecting the helicopter to take off.
Yeah, but you said I have to stop the talk.
Oh, no.
Okay, I can do the helicopter. One second.
We'll quickly do the helicopter. We want to see the helicopter. While Sasha's... come on, Sebastian, you start connecting up whilst we see the helicopter.
I need just MQTT as an event bus and Node-RED. It's a visual environment, and that's it. And hopefully that it's possible. Here it works.
Well, I thought it was going to be quick.
Yes, sorry. It's
come on, would I put you on the spot?
It's already rotating, but I have to. I broke it. But you see, it's already rotating.
Oh dear.
Yes, sorry. So now it's rotating.
Well, does it fly?
Yeah, I broke it somehow. But you see, now it's rotating thanks to...
Well, that's what we like about live demos, is sometimes they don't work. And that's what part of the brilliant bit. Oh, look at this.
But it works, really.
I thought you were just going to press a button and it's going to fly, but it doesn't, does it?
Sometimes. But I somehow broke it.
Is it going around the wrong way, by any chance?
Yeah, maybe.
So it's pressing down instead of... Anyway, I think that one's a fail, but... Sebastian, yeah, you need to get off, Sasha, because Sebastian needs to get on. But that was brilliant, and I'm sure you'll be able to show everybody else your bits and pieces later. I thought that was brilliant, actually. I enjoyed that a lot. So thank you. Yeah, okay, so we'll see more of that later. Right, Sasha, you're off. Sebastian, you're on. Let me introduce Sebastian. Sebastian Schumann is from T-Mobile Slovakia, and in his day job, he does all kinds of 3GPP, GSMA, telco stuff, which is really interesting, isn't it, Sebastian?
Very much, yes.
Yes, you can see how enthusiastic he is.
So exciting.
But in his downtime, he switches into another alter ego and becomes a telco hacker. And in fact, in that capacity, he came along to one of the TAD hack sessions in London, where not only did he compete and do an amazing TAD hack, but he won. So what Sebastian's going to do now is tell us a little bit about that story, what you did and what you experienced. And the idea behind this is to try and recruit a few more telco hackers. And you know who you are, those people who like to think SS7 is great and IMS is wonderful. You too can come and do telco hacking. So, Sebastian, I'll get off. You're on.
Thanks, James. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about my hack. James already introduced myself, so I'm working for Slovak Telecom. And I'll not only talk about what I did at TAG Hack, but a bit how I came there, because it all started around a year ago in the last TADSummit that I made the proper connections and kind of got a bit more involved. And I'll also kind of sum it all up where it was helpful, both the TADSummit, the connections I've made, and the hack I've actually done. So to start with the why did I come there? There were two things. One of the things was the inspiration at TADSummit that I kind of always looked for doing things a bit differently than they were done in the past with operators. And for some time I was a bit alone with this approach in the company and generally in the telco environment. But I saw at TAD that there's an ecosystem actually supporting you, and there are new partners that kind of understand the legacy, but and can even help you there, but also understand the future. And so that was very helpful, very inspirative, and I made the right connections. And then I would say, as the year turned in January, February, I discovered a real-world problem at work that we needed to map a fixed number and a mobile number. And for doing that, there's of course a classic approach. You have CRM systems where both fixed numbers are in and mobile numbers. You can verify customers. They can go to stores and present their IDs, and then you can do that. But doing that involved a lot of work, and at this point in time, it was rather unfeasible and considered rather complex. And thinking a bit about it, about this problem of mapping fixed and mobile numbers, and knowing that there are actually interesting partners out there, I wanted to try to kind of solve this problem in a bit of a non-classical way, and even myself. And on top of that, I got kind of inspired by the stories that were presented at last year's TADSummit already, that if you have a good idea and you can actually make it work in small, maybe it may even become big enough to kind of work in real life. So I took this knowledge of partners, this real world problem, a bit of ludic drive, trying to play with the things I've learned and develop things actually, get a bit of hands-on experience, program a bit. I tested the RESTCOM system from Telestacks. I played a bit as well with the Nexmo API back then, and kind of connected the two, built an API service, put a web front end on it. And from all of that, the technology partners I've learned, the real problem we had, the kind of solution came up, and I came with this to TADHack. And on TADHack, I actually finalized the API and did the proper connection, so it actually worked in the end. And to give you an understanding very briefly what the service is about, so as I said, it maps a fixed and mobile number without any CRM system. All you need to have is actually a fixed and mobile phone, or two phones anyway. So you need phones where you have access to, physical access. The way it works is very simple. You send an SMS with the keyword link to detect kind of the service that you want, and the fixed number from your mobile number through an Nexmo phone number, so a real phone number, to my service. Then you create kind of a link between the two. The mobile number is already verified through the identification of the sending party. The Nexmo, so the API generates a pin out of that, sends it back via the Nexmo API, and then you have kind of the link. You have the key element, you verify you own the mobile phone, and in the end, you call from your fixed number to RESTCOM directly. You enter the pin you receive by SMS, and if everything matches, you kind of confirm that you're at this moment owning or have physical access to all these devices, and map your numbers. And a brief scheme how that looked like was like this. So we have RESTCOM interacting with the API, Nexmo interacting with the API. The API was the part I've built using Node.js. There was a database, MongoDB in the backend for kind of the table, and I've built a small web front end that interacts directly with the API in front. And so this was the solution actually. I'll come in the end to the real business problem that we tried to solve with it, but it was working, so that was quite fine. That was, I would say, the first result of the TADHack. We have actually a working implementation. So I could take this now and do things with it, start a separate service or use it internally, try to feed it back. And this is, I would say, so the working service is the big thing that also made me happy, made me proud, and in the end helped me to win the prize. But I think it also showcased that even if you have a complex solution, and if you look at it from your limited telco like viewpoint, to think, okay, we have these IT systems, it's very hard to connect the two. Probably we cannot do it. If you look at it from the outside, or just look at the tools you have, or maybe try a different approach, it's actually much easier and much cheaper as well, and faster to develop services. It's also a showcase that there's actually a huge ecosystem of partners that will support you in this. So if you have a good idea, people actually with huge experiences, both from the legacy world, from the telco world, from the internet world, programmers, as well as people that own the systems that you have access to through TAD, will share their experience openly on the TADHack, make you use the components, and in the end you have a working prototype that you can then transform into a real product, or into at least a part of a solution, and have continuous support for that. And this is actually really interesting and much different than how we had the vendor relation in the previous times, where you send out an RFP, you get some responses, you just make your ticks, and then you choose a vendor, and if you have a problem, you send a support ticket. If you want to change, you send a change request. So it's kind of, that's how it was done, but I don't think that's the way we can continue to build service in the future. And what it also showcased, that there is a huge value in breaking our job decisions. So I'm not a programmer. Sasha was actually saying before that it's not the developers really, like the coders that develop services, it's everyone. And the same was for me. I mean, I'm kind of I did always a bit more than just evaluate RFPs and do designs, but I'm not really a hardcore programmer. but with a bit of Stack Overflow, with a bit of coding experience, I actually managed to build a service interacting with SMS, interacting with the fixed line, appearing somehow, results appearing on a website, which is already rather complex. And it was really not that hard, and that shows actually that the potential the system has once real developers get their hands on it, right? And last but not least, as I mentioned already, to create these kind of services, we need to learn as operators that we can do it ourselves. We can basically, learn ourselves how to do it. We can try to iterate. If something doesn't work, if it's not like we want it, we're able to change it directly. And that does not mean that in the end the solution that I've programmed will run in the live network, but that means that we get enough experiences and that we can iterate through with marketing to actually shape products or shape parts of products or solutions before we actually give them to our customers. And not every small change requires actually the vendor's involvement or a change request. So I think that was the rather my own experiences and the things I would take with it. But there was also a benefit for the company. By the way, as James was mentioning, when I was joining the TED Hack, I did that more or less in my free time. So it was not that I've been sent there or delegated to join it. It was really like I had a good idea, I was programming it, and I thought it's worth joining it. But in the end, there was also something good for the company, because actually the result is tangible. So we've launched a service the other day, a parallel ringing service, which means you can buy a tablet with a SIM card, and if you map that SIM card phone number to your fixed line account, the tablet will ring in parallel to your fixed line. It's targeted for older people, so that they can answer phone calls when they are on the go to their fixed line. So whether that's an innovative product or not, but it's at least a product that serves a market need. And for this product, we basically have a channel when you go to the shop. So when you go to the shop, you can map your tablet number and the fixed number directly in the shop. But when you use the self-care, when you order it online, there is actually no way of doing that. And we used the idea I had on TED Hack to actually build it exactly like that. And even more interestingly, the professional implementation that we've done, so it wasn't me who has done it in the end, but the guys that implemented it used even part of my code base to implement that, which was quite nice and quite interesting, because again, it helps me also understand what they programmed, and if in the future we need a small change or we want to try something, we can work based on that. The other thing we did is we've replaced the SMS API from Nexmo in my hack with our own API. Now one could think that's a bad thing for Nexmo. Well, okay, we're not using them here, but it shows that even though for development, it would have been for me much more complex to integrate with our own API. So why not, even though we are a telco, why not use something that is out there, Twilio or Nexmo, to just get started, and then later on, if you have something that is worth the effort of actually integrating, you'll just do it, and if it isn't, well, then you don't. And for the telephony termination part, so for the IVR interaction and the API interaction, we were using the RESTCOM platform from Telestacks for our hack, and actually we are also using that for the self-care solution, so that was the element that remained. And because of the rather small load that we're using, and that since it's only for the self-care channel initially, we even integrated the local application for self-care with the cloud part from RESTCOM. So we've enabled secure communication, so it's all going via HTTPS, directly communicating with our enabler, and we were actually able to define the service logic ourselves. So I could take the service logic I've built the hack with to actually build a service logic for a commercial service. I mean, imagine that. It's quite amazing. We don't need a change request. We don't need to involve the vendor. We just use drag and drop elements to create a telephony service that our customers will interact with. I think that's pretty good. And if we would have used systems for that we own, like an existing SDP or something else, I think it would have taken significantly more time and also money to actually get that to work. So that's I would say that's a good result both for Slovak Telekom as well as for myself, and to kind of bridge the gap to where TED was helpful. So I personally think that it's very helpful for operators because it shows or gives exposure to new companies that are on one hand of course cheaper because everyone likes to pay less. But I would say that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that these companies are not are not behaving or are not acting like the old legacy companies that operators work with. They're very flexible. They're very easy to extend. They're easy to try out. They're easy to even by yourself, like literally. They're rather open if you want to change, and it can be done quickly. They'll interact with you. They support you kind of building the service because they believe in this kind of different way of doing things. While if you talk to legacy vendors, I'm not going to mention them now, but if you talk to legacy vendors, they still, I would say, haven't fully understood this kind of transition. And that's I think one of the most important part to connect here at TAD with these new companies, to bring it back home, and whenever you have a new problem, to kind of reach out to them as well as to the old ones, and then simply compare. And you can compare both flexibility and price, and you'll see where the benefits are, really. The second thing I think where I believe TAD is very, very helpful, or a very nice showcase, what we see here is to kind of tackle the gap between all things telco and all things internet, because all things telco are usually boring, and we've heard that before. Nobody likes operators, and telecoms is outdated, and all these kind of things. And internet is everything. You know, internet is cool. Internet is the new thing, and we want to do things the new way. But I believe there's something that is in between, and I would say that the TAD movement, or the TAD groups that are involved here are kind of really putting their finger on that, trying to address that. And if there are people on both sides that understand that, that means on the vendor side, but of course also on the operator side, then I think it has a lot of future. And it's not boring. You can do a lot. You can innovate. As an operator, you can support others to innovate. You can innovate yourself if you want to, of course. If you don't want to, that's your own fault. But if you want to, at least you get an understanding that there are out there vendors that support you, as well as other operators that went through that journey. And seeing that was very helpful for me to know actually I'm not alone in that thing I want to achieve. And so that's pretty much it. You meet smart people, share experiences, learn a lot, and take the spirit home. And that's also what I did from last year in Istanbul. And it kind of held up till this year. So I built a service, continued to work with the partners I've met there, and in the end, I'm here to actually present that 1 year later as a success story. And I think that's pretty cool. So my conclusion is, instead of thinking that telco is boring and internet is good, think about the TAD as something in the middle that takes the best of both worlds and really is a new way of working. And I would encourage every operator that doesn't yet to get involved with all the companies here and really do something with them. So thanks a lot. Anything?
Thank you. Great, and we've got about 1 minute, 2 minutes. So there is a little bit of time for questions if anybody wants to ask Sebastian a penetrating question. Anybody? God, you've wowed them. So thanks for that, Sebastian.
Thank you.
That's brilliant. I can't think of a better evangelist for the TAD cause. Brilliant. Okay, next up is Greg. Greg Sikora, is that right, from Poland, all the way from Poland. Yet another T-Mobile person. And we're going to talk about, or Greg's going to talk about, growing developer communities. So in order to grow apps, you've got to go out there and you've got to cultivate a community of application developers. Without the app developers, you're going to struggle to develop apps, obviously. And you've got to feed them information resources and give them lots and lots of attention, which I think Greg's going to tell us all about. And the output is you get apps, which then, in turn, drive your revenues. Bottom line is you need app developers, and are we about ready to go? So, Greg, the floor is all yours.
Thanks for your introduction. To be honest, I have to touch a little bit ground after a great presentation of Sebastian and Sasha. They were talking about future and innovative stuff. I'd like to talk about some mixture between legacy and new way, new approach. Why legacy? Because formerly I am, let's say, telco guy. I worked on IN, if I remember, for 20, maybe not 20, but 17 years. So I know more or less all about telco protocols and so on. But on the other hand, I'd like to be effective. And especially Poland, we have a very, very demanding market, and we cannot spend a million of euros for developing services. We have to be competitive, especially because of our competitors are really challenging. And the question is how we can do that. And some time ago, we were thinking how we can deliver our services, our product in effective way, not spending a million of euros, but doing that effectively and having good quality of service. And it was key asset, key question. And then we started to cooperate with local partners. Local partners, they are not telco companies, which knows perfectly protocols and so on, but they are IT companies. Of course, we spent a lot of time learning them our world, but at the end of the day, we realized that we are able to deliver our services in much more effective way. And this is what I'm gonna to show you right now. And also I'd like to talk about Open Development Community. This is something special which we have in our DT group, and this is something interesting which I'd like to share with you. Third-party program, this is the ecosystem of partners which we have mainly in Poland, but also from currently in Austria. I was able to inject this concept to Austria, and they are also developing with developing services with partners. And how it works? The concept is really simple. That we as a T-Mobile, we are selecting, we are preparing requirements. We are selecting partner for developing of the service. Then there is the second part, that third party is responsible for development, delivery of the solution, and also supporting of the validation. Validation is a special process in the project delivery process that system integrator who is responsible for the platform is validating service and making sure that he's able to hand over the support for service. So it means that after validation and some kind of the stability period, he's able to fully maintain the platform and services. This is really important, especially from our operation colleagues, that they don't have to talk to different guys. They have single point of responsibility, and the whole platform is maintained by one company, one partner. On top of this third-party program, you have partners, and the most important from that is that we have a lot of freedom. Beginning from the application, I justified many times that we are able to switch from one partner to another. We are able, because we are owners of source code, so we are able to switch from one partner to another. Also, we were able to switch our system integrator. At the beginning, it was company A. Right now, we have company B. I don't want to tell what are the companies. They are quite huge legacy vendors which are working in such mode because of our requirements, and we are able to do that because we are using open technology. We are using James Lee technology, and this is the key point. We also switched last time from one vendor, one James Lee platform to another. It shows that this approach is really effective. And last time we switched to Telestack's platform, and right now we are migrating the services to that platform. And this is unique. And what also is unique, that we are really cost effective, and development of services doesn't cost millions. It costs, I don't know, 10,000 euros or zloty, and also CR is not a matter of 1 year, it's a matter of few weeks, and this is how it looks like. And as I told, platform, the technology is one, of course, important. We should have open technology because we cannot allow vendors to keep control. They cannot offer us some kind of custom solution. We should use open technologies. In Poland, we are using JSLI, but of course, you can use SIP servlets, you can use another Java application server or another type of application server, but the most important is that it should be open technology to allow you to switch either platform or a system integrator. On top of that is a third-party program, it's partners ecosystem, and usually we are cooperating with 2-3 partners and we are challenging them, and they are fighting for projects, and we are, believe me, that we are able to achieve good prices and time to market. And on top of that is open development community. Open development community is a really special group of people. Sebastian and Martina, they are in our open development community that we are cooperating at the group level. I am from Poland, Martina is from Austria, Sebastian is from Slovak Telecom. We know each other, we are cooperating, and we are exchanging experience. And this is really important, that we are able to share our experience within group, and also provide some advices. And this is important, that we are able to share our best practice, and this is really great. So Alan didn't told me that I should prepare a presentation, so this is my presentation, and this is last slide. I hope that it was interesting. If you are interested in, please ask me during breaks or a speed networking session, or if you have some questions, please, I am open for responding.
Okay, let's have a look. Penetrating questions from the floor. Come on, there must be somebody out there with a good question. We're running ahead of time, which is unbelievable. You've got a question?
What was your biggest challenge?
Biggest challenge is it's changing. At the beginning, as I told, the biggest challenge was to learn IT guys thinking in telco world. It was one issue. The other issue, we spent quite a lot of time on that to justify, maybe not justify, to change mindset. That in Poland, okay, we are kind of the challenging country, but definitely there are some guys who are thinking in, let's say, legacy way, and they don't believe that such cooperation model could work. And we spent a lot of time to justifying that it can work. And now, when I'm talking about open development community, open communication platform, this platform is called like that in Poland, they think, okay, this is cool stuff, and this is my the most important achievement which I've got.
Yeah, I'll agree with you 100% there, Greg.
Mm-hmm.
From my perspective, one of the most difficult things that I face on a daily basis is trying to convince the telco people that we're going to do things that they think they can't do. And you know what answer you get if you turn up to a mobile network and say, I've got this big pile of open source stuff that I'd like to connect to your network. The answer is no.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not easy. But I think we're gradually changing the worldview, aren't we?
Yeah, definitely. This is the most important, that we as a guys, telco operators should change, and this is the way how we have to go. And I know that at this event, a lot of people are talking about API exposure. This is cool, this is great, this is our future, but we have to solve our legacy stuff. And this is the way how we can do that. And we are doing that. We are doing that in Poland, in Austria, in other countries, but also because I'm also responsible for some activities at group level. This is the way how I'm gonna to go at group level. This is the way how we should go.
Indeed.
Not should, we must go.
And the benefits are clear because you get to save a huge amount of money. You end up with products that are better, and you get them quicker. So you win all the way across. But in order to cross this chasm, we've got to help share the message. There are other ways of developing telecoms products.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, Greg, I think you're done. Well done.
Okay, thanks
and you're
a lot.
still in time, so brilliant. Well done. Yeah, next we have Vinay. Vinay, where are you? He's coming. So Vinay is another telco chap from yet another operator starting with T. In this case, TELUS, all the way from Canada. Canada's an interesting market. The operators there have got a very strong hold on the market and work together, which is quite unusual. So Vinay's going to talk to us about what TELUS and partners, I think, have been up to with API development. Canada is interesting in that it's one market where the GSMA One API has... Yeah, it's actually made some progress, which is not the same in most of the world, where the GSMA One API has been met with a certain amount of indifference. So I'm really interested to find out what Vinay has got to say about what they've done in Canada to make this work, and what the magic sauce is. So over to you, Vinay.
Hi. It is actually a very good opportunity that I get to talk after some of the other T operators have spoken, and I can build on top of that. So let me first introduce TELUS, as James just introduced it to be a Canadian operator. But further than that, we are a true quad play operator. So we've got business in every segment of the thing. One of the things I'd highlight is it's really at the bottom, that while we have those quad play opportunities, we are really looking at what is the innovation happening, where's the business moving forward. And interestingly, we are looking at out-of-the-box areas. We're looking more at TELUS Health as an opportunity of growth. We're also looking at consumer health, mobile payments, commerce. It is things that a typical operator may shy away from. And we are saying, no, actually, that's where we want to be. In an approach of trying to build the APIs, we've looked at both the internal and external opportunities. Yes, externally, as I mentioned earlier, health, M2M, IoT, those are the areas of growth. But we are also looking internally and saying, okay, we really want to be in a place where we can integrate with other partners. But more interestingly, we want to really address our customers' experience. We want the customer to have a unique experience irrespective of which screen he's using to interact with TELUS, or which mechanism, whether it's an IVR, call center, chat. Irrespective of how he's interacting, he gets the same experience. Well, how do you do that? Well, you have APIs behind the channels. So we have multitude of channels, but behind those channels we have APIs such that the customer gets the same experience irrespective of where he comes from. And what does it mean? What is the result in the market of that? Well, if you notice the number at the center, the 0.9% churn, well, it's the 9th quarter in a row we have had less than 1% churn, where it's significant. The value of a customer to an operator is huge, and the cost of acquisition is high. But if I keep the customers I have and I keep them happy, that's fantastic. That's what you want. And the way we have focused on doing that is by focusing on the customer experience from a marketing perspective. But as a technology, what does that mean? Is having APIs at the back end to enable that experience. The external part, and I'll just kind of, if you look at the slide, it's split two ways. At the bottom, we have all these services that, as a telco, we own. And historically, a telco would guard these services, as these are services I have, and to connect with me.
Use that one.
Sure. To use those services.
Oh, no. Is it on?
No, it doesn't seem. Is it on? All right. Historically, the operator would guard those services, would not expose those services. It would be really difficult to integrate with those services. At TELUS, our approach is the opposite. We want to expose these services. We have a number of partners that connect to those. We have a team of TELUS partner managers whose job is to go out, find those partners, and help them connect with us. I myself wouldn't even know all the partners who have connected, which is fantastic because they use the APIs, and once the API is published, I don't really need to know who is calling the API. The reason at the top I divided that into 2 sections or 3 sections is we have APIs which are being leveraged by our partners, but then we also have APIs which are being leveraged by larger enterprise or business segments. And finally, we have APIs which are for internal use. How do you solve the problem of the legacy IT systems? Well, you put APIs on them so that you hide the secret sauce of what's the complexity of those telco APIs. Right? So we've really focused both internally and externally. Externally is to monetize those APIs and drive business, connect with the M2M partners, connect with IoT, connect with health, connect with commerce. But internally as well, we have continued building those APIs. The last question was really interesting, where what is the challenges as an operator? What do you face? Well, one of the biggest challenges we face is we have multitude of interfaces. As I said in the beginning, we are a quad play operator, so we have all the 4 lines of business that are really calling us. But on top of that, we have TELUS is the main operator, but we have multiple brands in the market. We have our own MVNOs that we support from the same platforms. So you're essentially having multiple customer experiences over those quad play channels. And we have multiple channels where the customer can talk to us. So if you start multiplying this, it becomes a computational problem, and how do you support all these interfaces? That is one of the biggest challenges. Each channel provides a differentiated experience, right? So within those APIs, you do not have any business logic. Typically as an operator, in traditional world, that's how they would have developed it. When a project gets done, the project will include the business logic of what the project is, and that would have got built into those APIs, and hence those APIs would not be used by anybody else. So we had to really force a change in mindset within the organization in trying to drive the focus on APIs without any business logic. The API should be independent of who's calling it. The third bullet, alignment takes times and concerns. If you've worked with any large operator, you'd know that any project costs millions of dollars and very expensive. But it belongs to that one silo. If a project is started in wireline or wireless space or within M2M, that project's goal is to deliver the functionality that they want, and they work in that silo. Well, I come in from the side and say, no, don't work in a silo. Work with us and help us build APIs, which will add value to other projects as well. The business owners are really not interested, right? And so getting this change in mindset, getting the organizational buy-in from the very top, and making sure that, when a new concept comes in, we talk not just about what the concept is going to deliver, but what are the reusable capabilities, what are the business capabilities that that project brings in. That significant mindset change, it helps us. Finally, the organizational structure goes part and parcel with the earlier point, right? The organizations are structured around lines of business, and the projects get funded, a project team gets put together. Well, the goal of that project team, the goal of that unit is to deliver against that project. You ask them to focus on building other APIs or building it with APIs, which might take them slightly longer and slightly more expensive maybe, goes against what their mandate was. So how did we overcome some of those challenges? As it had said, the first thing we did is we put a core cross-functional team together, both from business, technology, engineering aspects. Right? The mandate of this team was educate the organization, drive the change in culture, show the benefits of what we have done with our APIs. TELUS has been working with APIs for about 8 years now, so we have a very good set of APIs that we have exposed. We have good business cases in terms of which partners have used APIs, how much revenue we have made on an API basis, right? So educate the organization, drive that change, get buy-in from the senior management in supporting us in building with APIs. Identify key projects during their funding stage, which is important as large projects come. So let's say we have a project in the M2M space and we're going to spend a large amount of money on that project. If we work with the project team in the beginning and collaboratively find out what are they building, what are the reusable capabilities that are being built in that project. Because no design has been put in paper, there's no code yet, it is easier to change the thinking and change it such that that code can be reused in other lines of business, right? There's no reason why you develop APIs for, let's say, IoT that can't be used for m-commerce or big data. Right? The third thing we did is we reached out very broadly in the organization. Right? We reached out to all the emerging lines of business, looked at their roadmap. What is M2M doing next year? What is the health organization doing? What is big data doing? What is happening in mobile wallet? What's happening in m-commerce? We worked with those teams to understand their roadmap, but from a perspective of which of those capabilities actually can easily cross boundaries. Right? Because we can identify those at the roadmap level, so a year ahead, I know what are the capabilities that are required by those organizations, and I can find out opportunities where we can build those APIs such that when the project comes along next year, the capabilities are already in place for it to be leveraged. This was one of the secret sauces that actually helped TELUS quite a bit in moving forward. The last thing, publish and broadcast the existing capabilities. Any large operator, you have 20,000, 25,000 employees. Not everybody knows what are the capabilities you have. Right? By publicizing those capabilities, making everybody aware of those capabilities, you reduce the chance of somebody rebuilding an existing capability or reusing. And that finally was the last thing. So open to questions at this point.
That's brilliant. Right, questions? No questions so far. Well, I've got a couple for you, as you would imagine. It's clear to me that you're doing a lot more than just your standard GSMA One API stuff.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of stuff going on there.
So let me add, so GSMA One API was something we really looked at hard at 2012, 2013. And the reason we looked at it hard was, like Poland, the Canadian market is really divided into 3 large operators. And by working together, the idea was if we can publish this core set of APIs, we can enable partners not just working with TELUS, but working with all 3 operators, and those APIs can then be agnostic to whether the customer belongs to one operator or the other one. Right? But it did run into some challenges, so we have kind of backed away from it in 2014, 2015. But the desire in the market to work with other operators is still there, and TELUS is driving towards working with other operators and building much more capabilities.
Okay, you know what? One of the most interesting bits are the bits that went wrong. And you talked a little bit about the bits that went wrong, but what do you think was the most valuable thing that you got out of the bits that went wrong?
The one thing I think we got was the immediate effect on the other operators. Like TELUS is quite advanced in terms of its APIs. We've been working with it, but the other operators were not at that level. So you're trying to get operators who are at different levels of maturity to work together, and therein lies a little challenge. But I think there's more happening in the industry now where if you look at identity, for example, I know we have had discussions earlier this morning as well about federated identity or the desire to actually move away from having federated identity. From our perspective, the discussions we are having is, can we, as a collective operator set, work at identifying our customers in the same way? Right? So from an app perspective, at least the authentication and identification of a customer could be standardized. Right? Whether we do it, as part of one API or outside, doesn't really matter. What matters is, from an app developer's perspective, can we provide a unified mechanism to authenticate and validate our customers?
You know what? You're speaking my language now. I can get really excited about things like authentication as a service, and I think for operators, there's a lot of money to be made in there.
Absolutely. All of the money is the bottom line. Yes, you are adding efficiency. Yes, you are adding customer experience, and you're improving the way you're doing business. But it is all about cost savings and providing more revenue opportunities from the emerging business.
Absolutely. And to use one of Alan's buzzwords from last year, it's not about minutes anymore. Those revenues are just fading into the distance. So we've got to go and we've got to mine, we've got to find new revenue opportunities.
Absolutely.
And it's a wonderfully exciting time to do this. And we have a question at the back, which is exciting because I have to get there, talking as I go.
Villegas from OpenCell. Talking about money, which is the bottom line, what's the business model that you have behind? How do you monetize your API services?
Thank you for the question. The two ways to monetize the APIs. The ones we are exposing externally, they're easier to monetize in terms of, hey, I know the number of partners who are calling those APIs. I know what their revenue model is. There's a revenue split between TELUS and those partners in terms of the revenue earned from there. That's an easier model to understand and digest. The more interesting model is, how do I monetize the APIs that are being built for internal purposes? As an organization, we spend millions of dollars in developing new technology. Right? But as I build more APIs, how do I demonstrate to the organization that those new APIs reduce the cost? What is the cost avoidance model? Right? So one of the things I talked about there is looking very broadly at the roadmaps of the different lines of business and the different business units. The reason you do that is because I know what's on the roadmap of those different business units. I can build capabilities which impact multiple business units, and I can demonstrate the cost avoidance from those business units. So for those internal APIs and the cost of developing those internal APIs, the business model is more in terms of cost avoidance. Right? But as an organization, we look at both pieces because both are important, right? The revenue you generate from outside as well as your cost avoidance. Hopefully that answers the question. Sure.
As we saw from your presentation, critical for the success was, being able to engage with different part of your company, right? Having a lot of stakeholders buying the idea. Where your organization fit within the overall company organization that gives you the freedom, the ability to take all those stakeholders in the discussion.
Thank you. Excellent question again. My team sits in the product management side. So yes, we are on the business side of the organization, and we are within the product management structure. The advantage of being in the product management structure is it allows me to work with the other product managers who are defining the roadmaps of those teams. Right? So I get to work with them closely. But I also work with the business development team. I work with the TELUS partner manager teams. I work with the technology teams to figure out, what are the low-hanging fruits? Are there easier APIs I can develop at the back end? So my team, reaches out very broadly, but we start with the product management side because we like to know what's on the roadmap of these different business teams. Hopefully that answers the question.
Greg from Poland. Yesterday we were talking about one API and exposure of API at national level, at country level. And to be honest, I forgot to ask you because I realized that I've seen some announcement. It was a few years ago that WAC was selected as a, let's say, national standard in Canada. And the question is, what happened and how it looks like from your perspective right now? And do you have any relationship with your competitors? And what do you think about that?
So in terms of the relationship with the competitors, yes, we do have. We collaboratively work with our competitors in the space of actually in multiple spaces, but specifically in terms of APIs, we still are having those conversations. Yes, the enthusiasm that was there with one API in 2012-13 kind of has faded away. But we still are working with them to trying to find out, between the three, can we come up with a common set of attributes, common set of APIs that we can publish. So those conversations are still going, and hopefully will bring fruit. Okay.
Brilliant. Okay, Vinay, you clearly did a good job there, because not only did you do a really good presentation, but you got some really good questions too.
Excellent. Isn't that interesting?
So that
Thank
was
you.
brilliant. So can we give a big round of applause for Vinay? And now back over to Uncle Alan.
That was excellent. Thank you so much, Vinay. So I hope you enjoyed that session. I think there was some very, as I said, it's telco's making a difference, and we can see that they can, and they are. So I think it was quite an uplifting session. So we're going to break now for a coffee break, and over in the exhibition area, and then we'll be back in here for the plenary session. Just a few things. We have the speed networking taking place, so if you have a green or a yellow sticker, rather than turning left, you turn right and go over to this speed networking. The other sessions, I think, are running over a little bit, so because we finished early here, so you've got time to walk out slowly, maybe grab a coffee, relax, grab a comfort break, but we'll do that, and then we'll be back here, I think for 4 p.m., is it? So we'll be back here for 4 p.m. for the plenaries. We're going to run through those. Then they'll finish at 5:40. We then have more exhibition time, networking, and then we will meet for those with the blue sticker. And if you don't have a blue sticker and you've asked for a blue sticker, pop over and hassle Karen and Megan, and hopefully you will get a blue sticker. So we'll meet down in the lobby. Hopefully, I'd suggest be down there before 6:30, but the target is 6:30. Then we're going to walk to the back of the hotel where the coaches will pick us up and then take us down to Café Lusso for a great dinner. So the food's provided, the wine's provided. If you want anything more than wine in terms of drinks, then you have to pay for that. So just make sure, there's a limit to budgets, I'm afraid. But, and then, the way it works is there's a show, because we get to see Fado in its authentic form. Now, if you stay on beyond 10:15, then they expect you to sit there through the next show. So we should be starting the meal at around 7:30. So hopefully, I'd suggest we leave by about 10:15, so that you don't get trapped in for another 2-hour show. Okay, guys? So hopefully it gives you the logistics for what we're doing for the rest of this afternoon. So hope you enjoyed this session, and we're all back together for the plenary that'll run for the rest of the afternoon. Thanks so much, guys.
Question here. This is I'm presenting after 4, so this is the only thing that we need to do here, right?
Yes, VGA or DisplayPort, whatever you have.
Do you want an HDMI?
Yeah, no, I don't have an HDMI.
Yeah, this.
Okay.
Oh, there's a VGA somewhere.
Yes, I will disappear here.
And the audio.
There is a VGA icon somewhere.
You have an HDMI there as well?
Okay. If there's an HDMI plug-in, if not, they'll just plug in the okay.
Yeah, we do have still have the HDMI. Is it?
Can you look it after 4?
Where is it?
Oh, where is it? Oh, okay, beautiful. Perfect. Thank you.
Brilliant. Yeah, video is going very well.
No, the motor is now the right way to usually to go up because it doesn't care.
Everybody's presentation.
I'm just going around chasing that.
Thank you. Yes, as good as the. He was the most expensive to get over here. Okay. I only expenses, but yeah. The only way, because he's giving his hand a break. The least I can do is cover your expenses.
Right, on my person.
Yeah, but you have the benefit to really sell something.
Allegedly.
You try to.
Yeah,
eventually.
I know this is like this big long vista of play.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have no. We love this.
No, you see, no, it works. I don't know why it fails. It's really strange.
Yeah, it's blowing up.
And you're right, say the other way around would work better. Yes. Then it would fly.
I think so.
Yes, it's definitely the way it works. And but I got what's going wrong. Okay, be careful. I don't want to hurt you. That's fine. So let's restart. That's on. I have
Did you turn it round the other way? Yeah, we took. Yeah, now you can reload it. Yeah, that's iBeacon, isn't it?
Yeah, he has something to measure this. Well, when it breaks, you push it too hard.
If I only put it,
You're looking for the. So we've got VGA with an adapter, or there's HDMI hiding somewhere.
Oh, it's for Apple stuff.
There's an HDMI, which is probably the better one to use.
And we kick off with Doug from Oracle. We've got a set of 5 presentations. So Oracle, Metaswitch, Matrix, Ericsson, and then we're finishing off with a preview of the Dangerous demo, which will have its own stream on day 2. And then more exhibition time networking, and then we head off for dinner by 6:30. There's a few more blue stickers getting allocated, so hopefully virtually all the people that have asked will get it. Fingers crossed. We're just having to shake the tree to make sure that we had a couple of people that had registered for the dinner but haven't turned up for the event yet, but we are shaking them down at the moment. So what I will do now is hand over to Doug, who will talk on the programmable network. So over to you, Doug.
Thank you. I'll give a brief plug for the Dangerous demo tomorrow. And the reason it's dangerous is James is putting me on the spot to actually be one of the demonstrators, and I have yet to even touch it. So this I see it as very, very dangerous. I just hope no one gets hurt. Talk briefly about the programmable network, and I'm joined by Vincenzo Amoreno from Telecom Italia. He's hiding up in the corner there. I'll pull him in when it's his turn to speak. Hopefully he can hear us now, although I bet you that he's muted at the moment. Vincenzo, can you hear me?
Yes. Hello,
good.
Doug. Hello,
Okay,
everyone.
very good. So halfway through, I'll turn it over to you, and of course, I'll progress the slides since I don't think you can see them from your side. My name is Douglas Tate. I'm the director for marketing around communications products. I focus very much on the service delivery platforms, although my new charter's picked up around network function virtualization. And I want to give also credit to Stefano Gioia, who's at the bottom of the slides here, who's been working closely with Telecom Italia. Unfortunately, Stefano could not join us. Medical emergencies. Hopefully, out of this medical emergency will be produced a baby. So, but unfortunately, the wife is in distress with a broken rib and the umbilical cord around the neck of the baby. So they're now spending a lot of time at the hospital, and we'll see in a week or two whether this slide deck produces a child or not. But I hope Stefano all the best. Let me jump in here. So we're talking about the programmable network. I have two sections here. I'll do most of the speaking on section A. And we'll look at section 2, where I'll turn it over to Enzo, and we'll talk about what he's doing with the programmable network within Telecom Italia. Do you recognize this man? Anyone? Say that out. What was it? The bartender? The bartender downstairs. Yeah, he'd probably be doing better at that point right now. I'll give you a hint. It's a very sad American story. Anyone? Okay, I'll give you another hint. We have one of these on our phones. Everyone has one on their phone. Very good. This is George Eastman of Eastman Kodak. He's the creator and founder of Eastman Kodak, and any of us who lived earlier than 1990 are familiar with Kodak and Kodachrome and the Kodak family of products. And as my in-laws still insist on trying to find a roll of film someplace that they want to, and then trying to find a place to develop. But he founded the company in 1888. The interesting thing, and I don't want to go into the history of film or cameras, but they actually invented the digital camera out of Eastman Kodak in 1976. So they're one of the pioneers for digital cameras. Yet 90% of their market share, in fact, I think it was even greater than 90% of their market share, was in the old way of doing business. Was in the film, developing a film in 1975. So consequently, they failed to implement any digital strategy around their cameras and anything to do, especially in 1990 as digital cameras took off, and they filed for bankruptcy just a few years ago, and they bellied up. So one of the most innovative companies in America not staying relevant. And of course, you know where this is going and how I'm talking this, because we see this. I think we are reaching several inflection points in the industry today, and that's one reason why we're here at TAD, to see the next round of development or neat applications that we develop for networks. Will it be for a communication service provider network? Will it be for over-the-top? Will it be for IP? And the interesting thing is, well, how and where do these companies fail? Are they going to be relevant to what we're doing here in the next couple of days? So the Turnaround Management Society asked 405 turnaround managers, restructuring experts, about what factors lead to corporate crisis. Most common cause of corporate crisis, we look at the top 3, is the management held on to existing strategies. They dogmatically held on to this. I got in a little debate with Stefano on this on the phone. And he says, well, you know, sometimes they're complex, especially a company like Eastman Kodak, very complex, a lot of hierarchy and oligarchies or whatever. But even complex companies can change and morph and move forward as long as they don't hold tight to those existing strategies, which we saw in the Eastman Kodak situation. They held on to film cameras. And the management, they were unwilling to adapt. And now we are at this revolutionary new age of adaptation. In fact, now I see even at Oracle, I don't want to plug the company too much, but one thing I'm proud of, I look around at most of our products and there's always a degree of adaptation going on right inside the core of the engine somewhere. So I always have my inputs and my outputs, and somewhere we're always playing with it and providing an adaptation along the way. And the management had no vision or lacked the vision or kept the existing vision, or the vision wasn't moving forward. So they really, without a vision, as the book says, the people perish. And so without a vision, corporations perish. And so these were the 3 key things I think we want to keep in mind as we go forward. We look at and we're dealing with a lot of these giants and a lot of the innovators here and what's going to happen to them in the next couple of years. So thriving communication service providers, they have it requires a few things: agility to address situations, respond to market changes, adapt to business processes, and rethink the strategy. I'm just taking those key bullet points that we saw on the previous slide, just flipping them around. And this is what they have to do to stay relevant. One of the key technologies here, I think, is exposing those core network assets, or I want to say those core corporate assets, because they can go beyond just communications. Expose those out for where we see innovation and third-party developers. You have to forgive my Skype there. This is one thing I don't like about Skype. I have a little control over my laptop, but I want to keep Enzo on the line. And so what we have around API management or API functionality, and what we looked at, especially in our product, is around that API lifecycle. How do you test for those applications? What are those non-functional requirements? In other words, I have functional requirements. What are those other requirements that come along that I need to add to a box, that I need to add for those interfaces? And then things around self-service and I want to say cloud services. And we see this zero touch really come into play. That is, I should be able to allow an automated process either for an end subscriber or an enterprise or a company to go in without having any human intervention. And so we're even exploring this around network function virtualization, where I can go ahead and build a network and then deploy it automatically without sending out a truck or without building a system, and have that all built for me in several ways. That's another subject altogether. But I drew up here the classic approach, which I'm sure you've seen from me and my competitors and our partners here, is that programmable network success is I have all those inputs and the bespokes, everything's coming from all sorts of directions, and where we come across a standard, or at least a de facto standard or a network platform, where I can take those interfaces from anywhere. I can make sure that it's a secure interface. I can make sure I can authenticate it coming in, and then I can reach into what I say are my core corporate assets, or in our case, the core network assets, and then expose them out to those third parties. We did a workshop yesterday, and the key things that we saw in this diagram is the gazintas and gozaltas. The things that go into that box are key, and the things that are expressed out that I can use. So having a full repertoire of interfaces is very useful to me, and we'll see this in the Telecom Italia approach, where they have a full repertoire of things that I can access as a developer. But then underneath that, coming up, and how do I attach that to the network, and how many things I attach it to, and how I expose that also becomes that key point to this platform. So of course it solves my problem here on the left-hand side, but when we move it to the right-hand side, that becomes equally as important to be relevant, or to make sure I have what we call business transformation. That's becoming the new buzzword around the office. So we can do network transformation. We know we can do technology transformation, but can we transform the business by this? So the technology will lead forward, but we go back to that old example of Eastman Kodak. Could they change their business and their business mindset? So at least we can move forward with the technology, but we see a new mindset has to come in play in order to stay relevant. APIs, telecom APIs has a long history. And it's interesting to me how this becomes a single thread. I challenge anyone to go back to earlier to 1996 and see if there's anything prior to where we started something. I started something at Sun Microsystems called Jane, where we were trying to come up with the standardized interfaces for Java for the network. And we ended up producing about 34 APIs, thanks to the industry, only little thanks to Sun, because Sun never went around and implemented any of them. Other companies implemented, and the companies here today are using Jane SLE or have built Jane SLE. Other SIP servlets and other technologies came out of that. But out of that Jane initiative came Parley, where the Parley group said, yeah, we want to expose those core network assets, but do it not only for Java. So they took it to other platforms as well. And kudos to them, but they really focused on that core network appliance, which wasn't as important as exposing out. The one good thing that came out of Parley was Parley X, because out of that you started getting a generation of APIs, OMA, GSMA specifications. Short-lived WAC, hey, good idea, but terrible execution. It only lived and died within 2 years. And we even have so we see other GSMA-based APIs. Are they the set that we want? Is it useful? I don't know. I think it's for us to determine. But on the flip side, we see what's going on in the IT space is a free-for-all, which is, let's say, undisciplined or all over the place. Now, it's a spaghetti, piece of spaghetti here, and it even looks like a subway map of London. But the important thing here, I think, for me as a computer scientist, is I had the capability to have a lot to choose from, and a lot of them are very good standards. So I may have 500 and only 5 may be relevant, but at least I had something I could work with. coming out of it with a degree in computer science, I could readily go and grab that math library or the interface library. There's other libraries and then implement that in my code. When it came to communications, I came up dry. And that's one reason why we see a lot of those APIs created back in the day. Let me talk briefly about a few use cases, then I'll turn it over to Enzo. I'm probably taking too much time here, so I'll fly through these quickly. Tieto Telesonera, they took the API approach, or I want to say they transformed their business. And what some of the benefits they got, I have up here in the left-hand corner, they really were able to take 3 platforms down to 1. Because of all that bespoke going on, they're able to consolidate down, and they're able to reach out to their enterprises and consumer voice services. They produced a very quick time to market in this scenario, especially in the business scenario, and also provided automated test for deployments, continuous delivery and updates, and reusable components. Those last lower left-hand things, important to note that those were the business side aspects of it, and that's what kept that thing going. So technology they put in place, but then to put those business things in place was equally as important. And they became very dynamic. They partner with major IoT companies. Right now, most of their IoT, Internet of Things, is being driven through the third-party apps. Enable partners to come in and access the system, and they really start providing software as a service. Here's a Tieto diagram. And I think the couple key things to point out in this is they build it both for the cloud and for NFV. So they had a business model of the cloud, and then they also have the rollout model around NFV. But key to that is that stack, which I know is hard to read, but at the very top there you have those network APIs that go into an app server platform that again drill down into an IMS platform, and then you have at the bottom the edge devices for voice over Wi-Fi and WebRTC. They reduced their time to market, they reduced their OpEx, reduced their CapEx quite dramatically. And let me give one more final example here. I'm going to turn to Telecom Italia, and Enzo, I'm going to pull you on the screen here. Give us a quick test. We can see you now. Yeah. Let's see if we can hear you.
Hello.
Hey, Enzo.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and we can hear you in the back. I'm looking about, 200 people here in the room? 150? 500 people here in the room, Enzo. So
Great.
We are all looking at the slide that says our evolution of SDF digital service telco. Is it an evolution or revolution? I'll let you take it from here.
Okay. Thank you so much, Doug. Thank you also, Alan, for permitting me to participate even remotely to your great event. So let's spend a few minutes of your time talking about the Telecom Italia experience. I guess several of you know a lot about the Telecom Italia experience regarding the network API and the service deployment platform. Why we are calling here a revolution of service delivery framework? Well, because we know we are this morning and also during the afternoon, the operator are looking inside to understand how to improve the launch of new services now that the operator competition has increased, the consolidation of the over the top or over the network. That we know causes a reduction of profitability. So operators are forced of being smarter, so finding new revenue stream and new way to monetize their asset and data. I'm eager to say that I work in a division that is called Smart Pipe Network API, so both of these important items are our day job. In particular, operators have to leverage the existing capability to provide value beyond the simple data connectivity, improving the usage of the functionalities. And as we know, the network API are mainly the preferred to create value in order to monetize the operator assets. Obviously, we are trying to close the loop internally also between the different divisions that are involved in the service delivery. And so the cloud formation and the agile approach, or what we call the easy API approach, are a good way to obtain that. Next slide, please. The next slide, number 13. A few description where we started. We started building what is called the service exposure framework, the service delivery framework. So an horizontal layer really in our network that aims to solve the typical horizontal feature between the interaction toward the third party, external third party. So we build all the northbound protocol adaptation, the traffic balancing, the throttling, the service level agreement, the identity, and so on. We launched the service exposure about 8 years ago. The platform grew. The results grew of this platform. And today, on the next slide, we are on what we call now the Easy API framework. The Easy API means that we look at to simplify the usage of the exposure network API. We have all the building blocks with all the feature that an operator may provide. There are the typical API that several operators have in their network. So we have the voice API to create a call control, or for the billing, for the location, obviously the messaging that is still the main user API that we have. API for the MVNO, really important in this period, the user identity related API, and so on. It's important, a couple of things on this slide. First, the number that are involved. Here on the slides, I've stated 1.7 API billion invocation per month. Probably while we are refining this presentation, we have 2 billion API per month. So it's impressive how the growing of the API invocation over our platform is growing very, very fast. Another important point you can see on the top of the slides who are the customer, let me say, of this kind of platform. We have the third party, more than 300 third party connected, and 200 internal services. An important message we are looking during the last years is the boost of the internal usage. This is an interesting point. What does it mean that we are boosting the internal usage of the network API? Well, it means a couple of things. First, means that our internal dissemination, apart of this kind of conference we make externally, I know that all the people inside the room know the value of an API approach, but that number means the boost of internal usage means that also internally people and division are noting that the API approach may improve the time to market. We launched also an internal community for network API, and you may believe there are several requests every day from people from different areas inside the company that would like to use the API. That's great, because they understand that the usage API may improve the time to market of the services. Next slide, please. Yeah.
1.7 API billion per month. Is that 1.7 calls or APIs that are called per month?
Invocation per month.
Invocation per month. Okay, very good. All right, on the next slide. We're looking at Easy API functional view.
Exactly. Next slide, please.
Yep. Slide
this
number.
Is a brief description of what we mean about Easy API. Easy API means to simplify the usage of the API. So we improved the registration. We have now a catalog. We have a single way to have the event data records, so to know who are using the API and how to monetize the usage of the API. We have a single way to create reporting. This it may seem simple, but we have to not forget that we didn't have this kind of simplification 3 years ago. And also this simplification permits to talk about API also to people that maybe are not so involved in technical aspect. Okay. just to give you an example of the first commercial usage of the Easy API, next slide. The first commercial usage of this new platform built on top of the service exposure is the usage of the API for the Expo. Probably some of you know about the big event Italy hosted till a few weeks ago in Milan. That slide is number 16. It was an interesting usage of Network API. In fact, for the digital ecosystem for Expo, Telecom Italia offered a couple of API using the new Easy API framework. We delivered the mobility scan API that has been used in Expo to expose reporting containing the real-time density of the presence of team customer in a specific area, so related to the location, and obviously the SMS API. We are going forward. We have a lot of plan delivery, and also the boost that I was saying about the internal usage means that new services built by Telecom Italia are built on top of the API platform, and we will see a lot of new services next year. Last words. This is not a technological approach, it's also an organizational approach. So we have to learn from a technical perspective, but we also have to be able to explain also to non-technical people that are using this API how to leverage the great value of the API approach. That's all. Thank you. Doug?
Thank you, Enzo. Unfortunately, I know we're out of time. We went 5 minutes past. But I appreciate your time, and thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Alan, back to you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Doug. While Paul gets set up and Doug gets set down, any questions for Doug or for Enzo? Well, Enzo's disconnected now, but oh, he's still there? Yay! So, any questions? If not, then it's already up. And for Manx Telecom, I grew up on the Isle of Man, so all I can say is it's a very small world. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you, everybody. So I'm Paul Drew from Metaswitch. I'm going to talk to you about an example of open source telecom used at Manx Telecom. Unfortunately, Kevin Page, the CTO of Manx Telecom, he's not able to join us today. He's had a family crisis, so you're just going to have to listen to me for the next 20 minutes, I'm afraid. So, who's Manx Telecom and what was the project we've been involved with? It was a virtual IMS replacement project with Manx Telecom. Manx Telecom's based in the Isle of Man. As Alan said, he grew up there. It's an island off of the UK in the Irish Sea. They're an independent operator listed on London AIM. They were originally owned by BT, then O2 Telefonica, private equity, so they've been through a few different ownerships, but now they're independent in the Isle of Man. They offer a full range of fixed line, mobile, broadband, data hosting, managed services, both to consumers and businesses, and they're an innovative player. They were the first European 3G network, and they've now got 4G rolled out to 99% of their population on the Isle of Man. They were an early adopter of IMS, one of the first carriers to actually transform their fixed line network to be IMS-based, and they're now looking to do the same with both virtualization and open source, and this is the project that I'm going to tell you about. They're also a big business. They're involved with, they've got lots of data centers on the Isle of Man, e-gaming, financial services in particular, and there are some regulatory reasons around that. I'll explain in just a second. So the project we've been involved with Metaswitch and Manx Telecom is replacing an EOL IMS core. And Manx Telecom were faced with a EOL event, end-of-life hardware, and needed to determine a path forward. And what they chose to do was they used the solution from Metaswitch, the fixed line IMS solution, which is based on our Project Clearwater, our open source IMS core, and then we built around it our telephony application server, our access gateway controller, and our SBC. It's a fully virtual deployment. It's spread across geo-redundant across 2 data centers. Now, the Isle of Man is quite small, so the data centers are relatively close together, but it is fully geo-redundant. So, where's the Isle of Man? Who knows anything about it? Okay, it's it's in the Irish Sea. It's about 86,000 people live on the Isle of Man, so it's relatively small, but it's best known for the Isle of Man TT race. And in that week, an extra 40,000 people go to the Isle of Man. I've never been to it. I've been to the Isle of Man, but not to TT, but it is a big event. It is actually unusual. It is not in the EU, and that is one of the reasons why they are a data center hosting for both financial services and e-gaming, because they can provide their own regulations. But it is a UK Crown dependency, so it's an unusual kind of half in, half out of the UK territory. Channel Islands are somewhat similar. So, what was the project we were involved with? This essentially shows the network architecture. In the core of the network is the IMS core, and this is the Metaswitch Project Clearwater IMS core platform. We then had to integrate that in with both a number of existing elements in their network and new ones that were deployed as part of the network replacement. So going around, it was a business TAS, a residential TAS, offering both business services and residential services. The residential TAS is all where we're doing the migration across. Billing platforms, HSS for all your data store, voicemail, connections into the outside world with SS7, ISUP, the MGCF, MGW, SIP trunking interconnect as well, the SPC, and access gateways. They've got MSANs in their network they've got POT lines, they've got SPCs for SIP-based CPE, mostly for business services, but some for residential, and access gateways into PBX. So it's a complete network for fixed line infrastructure, and they've had to replace large portions of this network, particularly the IMS core, which were end of life. What was the project timeline look like, and how did it actually work out? So we initially did a proof of concept. That was last year, ran for 6 months, building it into their data center on virtual infrastructure based on VMware, and proved that it could work. This was a bit of a leap of faith from Manx Telecom. They had no virtualized telco infrastructure in their network at this point. And once we showed it was working, we connected into some of their test network, showed live service through the network. They went ahead, kicked the project off, and that started in January this year. So initially, we were using the proof of concept system to do integration testing, and then the production deployments kicked off in January, and the virtualization deployments deployed in January and February. This was based on Cisco hardware and VMware as a virtualization environment, and then the integration testing switched across to use the production network and moved that across. We then Metaswitch went through a phase of install and commissioning, which lasted through February till April. And then after that, further integration, acceptance testing, verifying the billing, verifying that services match what they've got on the network. This is a network transformation, and customers don't expect their network service to change. So it is tricky. And now migrations have just kicked off. In fact, they've just kicked off this week, and the first customers are now up and live on the system. So overall, it's taken about 10 months to get from the point of kicking off the production deployment to migrations, and they're aimed to be complete by Christmas, and the end-of-life platform can then be retired. So, Isle of Man, it's famous for the TT racing. They race around the streets, things go well. You see the races going around, it's good. What went well in this project? So, we had a very collaborative engagement between Metaswitch and Manx Telecom. Metaswitch had a lot of people on site, and that was successful for a period of probably 3 to 4 months on-site support. We had weekly management calls, and actually the teams gelled together and worked well. And the voice design stood up well. Like, we put a lot of effort up front to figure out what needed to happen with the voice design, and that was successful. It stood the test of time. That is what's been deployed and is now live in the network 10 months later. Other things that went well. So Project Clearwater, this was one of the early deployments for Project Clearwater as a live production network. And it's in a virtualized environment, and it's just performed well. It's performed well in testing and proven that open source products actually work in real networks. So that has been very successful for us. And from Manx Telecom point of view, they have shown that they are really getting the business case benefits out of both NFE and STN. And they've reduced their investment and their operational costs. They have a significantly faster time to market. The previous time that they went to deploy an IMS into their network, the one that's now end of life, it took them 6 years from kicking off the project to getting the subscribers migrated off their previous legacy Class 5 switch. So this is massively faster than what it is before, and it's simplified their ongoing platform management. So that's been a great success for both Metaswitch as a company and Manx Telecom. What's not going so well? So people crash in TT quite often, unfortunately. We've had some challenges in this project. So one of the probably most tricky things is square peg in a round hole. IMS in the real world, particularly the Manx IMS network, it didn't always follow the specs. It was an early deployment of IMS, and they had to continue to run the existing network in parallel while all the testing and migration works. And this means things like you can't turn off the proprietary authentication on your HSS. You have to keep running that, and it meant that we had to do development work to support the non-standard IMS existing in the Manx network. We also had to look at the end-to-end solution. Making sure the end-to-end solution worked was key to this. And originally, we were just looking at deploying the sort of virtual IMS core software, but we had to look wider than that and make sure that the model worked across the board. And there was a bit of a mind change, this was Manx Telecom's point of view, that Metaswitch as an organisation, we had to look wider rather than just saying these core bits work, it's your problem to make the rest of it work. We had to make it all work across the board and work collaboratively with Manx to get their existing components working with all the new pieces. We also had to, as I said before, we had various custom features that were in their network up till now, and we had to do development to match existing function. And some of this dates back for a long legacy. This is a fixed line network that people have been having fixed line service in the Isle of Man for over 100 years. And you end up with a lot of features in there, and some of them are fairly niche ones, and there was some custom function we needed to put in to match what was in their network today. We also had complicated SIP issues. The telephony application server for residential services was not trivial, and there were SIP issues that were quite complicated we had to work through and fit together. And then I mentioned before the HSS, non-standard authentication, again, custom development to match existing function, and this was where it came in that having our open source IMS platform, we were able to be fast and agile and fix things that we found in the network and keep the project on track. What else we see challenges with? So using like platform as a service for telco, the virtualized platform, it did not initially behave as expected. And when it came down to it, we had problems with resiliency. The resiliency of the virtual platform running virtual machines on VM servers across multiple Cisco hardware platforms in a geo-redundant center was actually difficult. It was more complicated than had been realized, and it required a mindset change for people who are used to virtual networking. If you just take a bunch of servers and plug them into Ethernet switches or routers, it's a mindset shift if you go to the virtualization model. And the technology is evolving rapidly here. So there has been a big shift. It has had to make Manx Telecom, they have had to change their mindset. And their telco guys didn't get virtualization. They had to bring in their IT and cloud team to really help get this project off the ground. And Manx Telecom have got a very strong IT cloud team because they've got these data centers. They've been offering services to the like e-gaming and the financial services, but they'd worked in one silo and the telco guys in another silo, and they had to actually work together to make this project work. Now that the underlying platform is there, the telco guys are supporting the software applications moving forward, and that's successful, but there was a 2 or 3 month period in the middle of this where they were struggling with the virtual platform design, and it took a couple of redesigns to get it to work and get the resiliency that was wanted when they did redundancy testing, pulled cables out, switched servers off, turned links down, etc. But they have got to that point where it works now. Okay, so if I look at it, that was from the sort of the Manx point of view. Well, how did it go from Metaswitch as a vendor? So what did we see? So this was an early deployment of Clearwater with open source software, and we did see some teasing issues, but it works well. We've not seen very many problems, and it's been fine for like the end of the acceptance testing. The migrations have kicked off. We're not seeing technical issues here. So open source software is working in the network in a live environment. IMS in the real world, it has required flexibility and agility to address the issues found in testing. IMS does not follow the standards when you really look under the covers, and that has required us to be flexible and develop things, but it can be deployed in a multi-vendor environment. Virtualization, again, separating the hardware and the virtualization layer from applications. Like, the biggest challenge has been around networking. This was one of the early deployments of a significant virtual network NFV deployment of a fixed line network, and it does work, but it has been difficult, and there's been more challenges there than we necessarily expected. And the timelines have been challenging. They had an end-of-life event. Some of the issues have caused delays. There's been quite a lot of stress in making this project actually work on time, but we have reached the migration phase, the final hurdle, after 10 months. So overall, we've got to the end game and done what we've needed to do. And fundamentally, Manx has been a great customer to work with from Metaswitch perspective. So it's been a really good project from us. Finally, I'll just finish up very quickly, just a quick thing who Metaswitch is. We've been around for 30 years, about 650 employees, headquartered in London, offices in the US, San Francisco, about 1,000 global service providers, privately held company, and we've done a lot of work in NFV and SDN. For example, we recognize as AT&T Domain 2.0 vendor. And the project we use behind this, Project Clearwater, which is our open source IMS cloud. This was basically a massively scalable, low-cost IMS platform. It was designed from the ground up to leverage the cloud. So we took existing open source technology like Cassandra as a database, open standard APIs, and built a platform to run in the cloud with business model innovation. Excellent. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Paul. Any questions from the audience? My comment here is this is a great example of the power of open source. You just think of the time and effort it would have taken with a closed source IMS solution, and it would be very scary. Gregors.
Hi. T-Mobile Poland is, I suppose, a much more bigger operator than your client, but the question is, what was the, let's say, selling point? How you get the decision that they are going to go with this, with your solution?
Okay, so there are a number of key events that persuaded Manx Telecom to select Metaswitch as a vendor. Flexibility. Manx was very keen on doing something in a virtualized environment. They want to be both seen as a leader in that space, and also their business case showed that they would make gains out of running on standard hardware in a virtualized environment. They were coming from an environment where their previous platform, the hardware had been end-of-lifed. They did not want to get locked into another cycle where they bought a proprietary hardware platform with a 6 or 8 or 10 year life cycle, and then they'd have to replace the network again in that time frame. So they were very keen to move to a virtual platform with common off-the-shelf hardware. They were very comfortable with the concept of running services in a data center because that's a key part of their business, and they want to migrate and merge their network so that they're running all their services essentially out of their data centers. And they said, why are we offering services to this e-gaming site in our cloud that we're hosting, and we've got all this proprietary hardware we're running for our voice service? So it doesn't make any sense to us. So they were very keen on virtualization and moving forward, and we could offer the best solution on the virtualization platform there, and able to offer a low-cost and flexible solution to them as well.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Paul.
Thank you.
So we're now moving on to Matrix. It's about, wow, I'm trying to remember the first time we were chatting about your idea of Matrix. It was about a year and a half, yeah. And I said, oh, this is an amazing idea. But practical reality just scares me. Well, let's face it, Matt has, I think, achieved amazing progress in the last year. So you presented last year in Istanbul, and we're going to see some an update, and you've got a whole host of demos running as well. So, or not running at the moment, but don't worry. You know, this guy can sort of program, recompile a number of times while presenting, and get a drone to basically function over WebRTC. So complete confidence in that they may not be working at the moment, but they will be by the end of your presentation.
Thank you, Alan. Is this thing on? Can you hear me? Hello, everybody. So yes, there may be some dangerous demos, not quite as dangerous, I'm sure, as what is to follow, but still pretty dangerous in that they weren't working 10 minutes ago, so it's going to be a miracle if it works. So everybody pray for miracle, and let me talk to you about Matrix. All right. Am I being projected somewhere? Yep. Wonderful. So yeah, as Alan says, I first spoke to him actually as one of the first people to validate the idea of Matrix about a year and a half ago, mainly as an exercise to get funded to go off on this crazy mission to build a completely open source interoperable ecosystem for communication. So what is Matrix? Really, our mission is to make VoIP, IP messaging, and IoT as ubiquitous as email. The problem that we're all familiar with, I'm sure, is that you have all of these walled gardens which do not interoperate. All of your communication is fragmented between them. If you have Bob wanting to talk to Alice, who knows which app to use? Who knows which identity system to use? All of your conversations, all of your contacts are split across all of these different walled gardens, these silos. And users are basically locked into these proprietary communication apps. They have no control over who they trust with their data or their privacy. The conversations and the contacts are completely fragmented. Our thesis is that people should communicate with the apps and services they choose and that they trust. I should not be forced to use Skype because James wants me to use Skype. I should not be forced to use Hangouts because Alan wants to use Hangouts. I really should have that choice. I should not be forced into making these decisions based on my random contacts. So this is really what Matrix is trying to solve. And we are just over a year old. We launched back in TechCrunch Disrupt in San Francisco last year, and it's been an epic year in terms of trying to pull this all together. But I'm happy to say that things have been looking fairly promising. Before I go into the kind of update of where things are at, just recapping a bit more, the main use cases for Matrix are group communication. So that's group chat. Everything is group. You can have a one-to-one conversation with somebody, but that's just a room that happens to have two people in it. We find this is incredibly useful, not special casing the idea of a one-to-one conversation, which is, let's face it, a carryover from the old school of circuit-switched one-to-one phone calls. Just imagine if every one-to-one chat you ever had, you could suddenly halfway through decide, hey, I want to pull in my PA, I want to pull in a secretary, I want to pull in somebody else, I want to disclose this to a wider audience. This is kind of baked into Matrix. You can use it for WebRTC signaling. It's very pragmatic HTTP APIs. We're not talking SIP or XMPP here. We're just using the good old HTTP APIs that everybody is now familiar with, but standardizing them in an open, interoperable manner. And this is really useful for WebRTC, which otherwise basically lacks a standard HTTP signaling plane. It's great for bridging together communication silos and defragmenting, as per the earlier slides. And you can also use it as a messaging fabric for Internet of Things data. So if you have a widget from one vendor that needs to publish some data that is subscribed by a different service or a different widget from a different vendor, Matrix is literally the matrix which is going and linking these things together. So if you're familiar with Firebase or PubNub or Pusher or one of these closed software as a service pub/sub services, Matrix again is very similar to this, except it's completely decentralized and completely open source. So anybody in the room can spin up their own Matrix server and go and start publishing and communicating data to one another. So what do you actually get with Matrix? Is this thing on? Can I back away from this? Is there a way to make it work? Or? Hello. Am I on here? I am. Wonderful. So now I can wander over here. Sorry for making work for you guys. So the Matrix ecosystem, as it stands today, is basically split like this. Our main deliverable is the specification, which is, I'll use the bigger screen. So use the specification, which is HTTP APIs, and defines how different clients can go and talk to different servers. And we provide an open source reference server called Synapse. We provide lots of bridges and application services to other things, other silos, which I'll talk about in a minute. And there's also lots of third-party servers and services which people have built too. On the client side, you get a web stack built on JavaScript, an iOS stack, an Android one from the matrix.org team, and you also have other clients from the wider community. This, in turn, on the client side is split into a simple library that wraps the HTTP API, and then reusable user interface components. So if you want to add WebRTC or chat functions to an existing app, you can just pick up these open source components and drop them into your existing app. Or you can take one of our existing apps, like the web console or iOS or Android consoles, and customize them as you desire. This one here is Vector, which is an example glossy application that has been written on top of the React SDK. Does that make sense? Any questions at this point? Perfect. I shall continue. So the architecture for this, which I apologize that many will have seen it before, is a mesh of servers here which all go and talk to one another. The really cool thing is that the conversation history is distributed across these servers. There is no single server that owns the conversation. There is no vendor, no network who has control over that conversation. So if this is, I know, the matrix.org server, and this is Ericsson one, and this is a Metaswitch one, we can be communicating with people here, the clients, connected to the respective servers, and that room is totally decentralized across the different parties. It's like email. I mean, it's just removing the central focus that you typically get in today's siloed communities. So where are we at? As I said earlier, we really started off in about a year and a half ago, and the questions we were looking at were, why hasn't this happened before? Why did SIP fail for Open Federation? Why has XMPP and Jabber failed for Open Federation? Why isn't there an HTTP API for WebRTC? As in, why are we messing around putting SIP over WebSockets and these weird contortions rather than just having a standard HTTP API to set up WebRTC calls? Where is the open alternative to all of these closed proprietary pub-sub services? A really interesting question for many people here is, what actually is the answer for telcos to successfully provide OTT comm services? How do you avoid being the dumb pipe? How can you still retain relevance if you're a telco in terms of providing communication services that compete with these closed silos you see on the net? And finally, the conclusion was really, let's just go and build it. Let's go and create this pragmatic new ecosystem and see who uses it. So since then, it's really been a year of, 2014 was the year of the alpha. We launched in September, and it was a very, very basic proof of concept. But come December, we actually launched beta, and we've spent the entirety of 2015 iterating on the beta, going and fixing problems with the spec and the implementations and adding in all of the more interesting missing features. We got to a stable beta mid-year, and as of November, we're really polishing the final missing features and are hopefully going to finally exit beta towards the end of the year. Shall we say Christmas? So where are we at right now? On the client apps and SDK side of things, so this is native Matrix functionality where people are actually building directly on the Matrix APIs. We've got 18 clients out there in the world that we know about. 3 of those have been written by the core team. And these are all over the place. And let's get with the dangerous demos. Oh, this is still on. That's very exciting. Trying to show you as many clients as I can in very limited time. So let me just drop out of horrible PowerPoint. So the first one we have here is text UIs, so WeChat and Emacs. This is like the geekiest possible thing we can possibly imagine. If I if I quickly zoom in, can you all read that? And everybody ignore all of the desktop notifications coming up there. I'm going to shell into my home computer. This is the simplest, ugliest comedy matrix client imaginable. It's actually incredibly usable. You can see how quickly you can switch between different screens and different conversations. I've got about 600 conversations going on here. This was written by a guy called Tor Theme in Norway as a random side project, but it's very popular amongst all the geeks. So that's at one extreme. Another extreme is the glossy side of things. So let me zoom in on this. This app here is called Vector, and it's an example of a really glossy web-based matrix client. If you're familiar with Slack or HipChat or things like that, you'll see this is really quite similar look and feel. It's precisely the same room that we were looking at before, and you can see we've got images in here. We've got 1,700 people in this room from all over the place. Some of them are running their own servers, like this guy, Brabo, on .quickly.undo.it. Great domain name, is running his own matrix server, and then lots of other people in here on matrix.org. So, in fact, some of the people in this room run their own matrix servers. So thank you, Sebastian and Andy and others who run their own ones, and indeed James on the TruePhone side of things. So what can we do here? This is all looking like group chat, lots of different rooms here. You can see we can quickly switch between them. This is all live, by the way, on vector.im/beta. You can see I've got about 700 different rooms going on here. Some of the new features are the ability to favorite your rooms, and I can drop and drag. Say I'm going to put Vector up at the top priority there. This is actually being synchronized in real time using Matrix across all of my other Vector clients. So if I go and quickly pull up a different window like this one, you can see that, sure enough, Vector is now at the top here. This is collapsed to save space into a vertical column, but if I go and drag Vector back down there, you should be able to see, yay, it's all synchronizing in real time across this. This isn't an app-specific thing. It's using room tagging as a relatively new feature of Matrix. Now, this is all well from a chat perspective. What if I try to go and do, oh, hello, James. What if I go and try to actually do a video call? This isn't so exciting, but let me find, here's one of my test users. Hello. Oh, there we go. So I'm getting a desktop notification to yet another window where I've got the other side of this conversation. If I hit the video call button, then I'm just doing a WebRTC call from one to the other, and sure enough, hello everybody. It's just a quick WebRTC setup, except it's doing it over HTTP. So one hit to do an offer, one hit for a request, and that's it. No SIP, no XMPP, no jingle. It's very, very simple and really quite a pleasure to work with, even if I say so myself. More fun thing that we haven't shown that much is the conferencing that we have built in nowadays. So if I go to, not Slack, that's a different demo. Here we go. If we go back to this one here, and this is our internal room. You can see a whole bunch of developers arguing about stat traces. I'm going to try to demo the VC. Anybody can hit the video call button in any room and suddenly turn it into a video conference. This is using FreeSwitch as the conferencing fabric, and hopefully the connectivity, hello, is good enough that you then get a multi-way call like this coming up. Now, predictably enough, one of the guys who's joined hasn't got a webcam plugged in, but I'm hoping somebody else on the team is going to be smart enough to join with a webcam enabled. Hopefully. If not, then perhaps, actually I'm doing this in our internal room, otherwise I'd invite everybody else to go and jump and join in. You see, I told you this demo was going to be dangerous. Let's give it another minute just in case somebody does manage to dial in. Otherwise you can just see my beautiful echo. Oh, hello, Dan. That's impressive. Hello, Dan. Oh, and hello, Dave. Are you in New York, Dan? Can you even hear me? I bet it's not got the volume turned up. Anyway, basically, look, spontaneous three-way conference between Dave in London, Dan in New York, and me here. Thanks, Dave. Let me get out of here. So, an interesting thing here is that you've got at the top the ping ongoing conference call. So literally anybody in that room just has a single bar, click on that, and get dumped into the conference. I'd say this is a little bit better than the Hangouts environment of, oh dear, have you got the right email address? Or no, sorry, that's not my Google account and all that kind of mess. What else can I show you? So we've done Vector, console and iOS, probably don't have time, but we have mobile versions of all of these too, as I said earlier. On the SDK side, we provide, and let me recover my mic here if I can. So on the SDK side, we've got the official JavaScript, React, Angular, iOS, and Android. We also have semi-official Python and Perl ones, and the community has gone and contributed all kinds of weird languages, ranging from Common Lisp to Ruby to Erlang, and there's even an Emacs SDK for people who really like Emacs. React SDK is what Vector that you just saw is written on. This is really cool because you get lots of different abstractions here. On top of the browser, you get the JavaScript SDK and then React from Facebook. Then you have the SDK on top of that, but then you actually have the separated brandable skin and controllers and the application layer sitting on top here. So if you were doing a fancy glossy web application, you got all of the building blocks. Home server-wise, we provide the Python twisted Synapse one, but the nice people at Ericsson Research have recently released a Go implementation that is, it's experimental, it's not feature complete, but it's a good starting point for messing around with the Go language. There's another third-party contribution from called Pallium, also in Go. There's JSynapse, and then there is codenamed Dendron, which is our next generation scalable implementation, which will either replace Synapse or at least be a kind of more performant version of Synapse. Community-wise, and let me actually start presenting so we get rid of all the notifications. Community-wise, things are really looking quite good. You can see that things really took off in July when we started turning on our bridges. Right now, just looking at the matrix.org node, we've got 80,000 users on that. We're seeing about 100,000 messages a day. That's spread, well, it's not spread, it is one of 250 servers which are actively federating together. And in terms of the companies building on it, there are about 20 that we know about who have admitted to actually running their servers and experimenting on top here. So that's basically what's happening on the spec and the client side. How am I doing for time, Alan? 2 more minutes, brilliant. I've got about 40 slides in 2 minutes. This is going to be amazing. So bridges and integrations is where a lot of work has gone recently. If you've got Matrix and you've got an existing app like SIP Gateway or Slack or the PSTN, then we provide these application service API to bridge the two together. So if you have an existing app and you want to link it into Matrix, this is how you do it. Stack-wise is that you've got Node typically, but you can use any language. But if you want to use our existing libraries, you have to use Node. JavaScript, an app server API, and then a bridge API, and then you've got IRC and Slack and Purple and all sorts on top. So, for instance, on IRC, it looks like that, if you know what IRC is. For Slack, it looks like, again, the same thing, but with a Slack bridge. For SMS, again, you could do it with an SMS gateway, as we have. And we've even now built bridges to Skype, Link, Facebook, even AIM and ICQ if you're stuck in the 90s. More recently, we've also linked in Asterisk using Chandra Spoke. And there's a nice sequence diagram that I don't have time to talk you through. And finally, on the IoT side of things, there's a demo that Dennis will remember because the drone crashed into his head, where we've controlled the drone via Matrix. The end goal, basically, is to go and take all of these islands and link them together in the middle with the decentralized glue of Matrix. And I guess I'm pretty much out of time. 2 more slides very quickly. Okay. New spec stuff. End-to-end encryption is almost with us. Search is with us. Read receipts are really, really cool and are with us. You just saw conferencing. Screen sharing exists too, and the ability to attach private user data to rooms. What's left? Actually deploying end-to-end. Threading, tagging, group ACLs, arbitrary messaging for arbitrary data, file tagging, decentralized identity, and fixing spam. We need help. Please follow us on Twitter, run a server, give us feedback. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Matthew. It certainly has been an intense ride over the past year. Time for just one question. Any question from the audience? If not, I'll pass just one comment. Oh, there you go. Okay. Just hang a second so everybody can hear.
So the last point was fixing spam.
Yeah.
So I would like to know, how can you fight spam on the network if it's decentralized, and how can you let's say, kick out bad nodes? People that didn't implement the things properly, or is just trying to do something to abuse it?
Okay, that is a huge but very, very important question. Obviously, we're familiar with both email and the PSTN as being pretty much open federation, and you get a lot of spam. We have to fix that in Matrix, otherwise all we've done is to create a really easy HTTP API that can plug into everything that allows everybody to spam trivially on any platform imaginable, and that would be a disaster. Fixing it is hard. We're looking at many different approaches, but the most popular one right now is a blockchain-style approach where we go and have a cryptographic decentralized ledger parallel to Matrix, but not actually using Matrix, that tracks the reputation of both the people, the servers, the services, and the identity providers, because you can't trust anybody, and tries to reconcile that into a score of whether basically when Joachim sends me an invite on Matrix, what is your eBay rating style reputation that gives me some confidence that you are who you say you are. But doing it in, basically doing it in such a way that everybody keeps each other honest. And it's really hard. It's much harder than the rest of Matrix put together, but we have people working on it, the best men working on it.
Because it's an open source project that enables that.
Oh yeah, and actually some people have joined us. One of the Googlers who have joined us recently came because of the fun side of fixing spam, having basically done it within Google. Wouldn't it be more fun to do it across the whole world?
Cool. That's excellent. So again, a round of applause for excellent presentation.
Thank you.
So Pedro, if you can come on down and get set up. So while Pedro is getting set up, just one comment. Matrix has been a supporter of TADHack through this year, and one of the common themes, it sounds very interesting. You can see the games, that the opportunities it creates, but with the hackers, what they've been able to do, it's just been amazing. From, of course, drone control, robot control, through to communications. So it's just the flexibility, the openness, the ease with which hackers been able to take Matrix and then plug it into a whole range of scenarios so easily, I think has been very insightful and really enabled Matrix to show its potential across a very broad developer community. So well done in all the work that you've done through TADHack. Thanks so much, Matt. So, Pedro, are you okay, or do you need some help?
I need a cable here.
No, not that one. Should be. There you go. You good?
Okay. Yep. Okay, so ready to go. Thank you, Alan, for the invitation. Very nice. Very glad to be here. This is a follow-up. That's something that started almost a year ago with Ericsson having presence in TADS with my colleague, Franz de Rock, who actually presented case studies that Ericsson is doing at identity. We took this, obviously, to the next layer. And we are commercially active nowadays together with the GSMA into the Mobile Connect program. And also actually taking identity to even further layers, IoT, for example. So that's going to talk about that. So bear with me for a few minutes. I know that some people challenged earlier today connectivity a bit, and but this is indeed in everything we do today. No question about it, right? Everything we do in all parts of society, education, work, leisure, I mean, all kinds of verticals, industries, whatever, everything is done or will be done in a network. You know, believe it or not, this is the harsh reality. And this is essentially what's happening. I mean, we live and we will live in a connected world, no matter what. And this is just the beginning. I mean, you and I, everybody here, is part of what Ericsson has been calling the network society. And even though some people challenge also today the 50 billion devices or everything that will be that can be connected will be connected, of course, this is going to happen also in the future through all these networks. And The most important to us, however, has been that in this society, I mean, everything has to be done with trust, with simplicity, and also with security and identity in mind. So I took a couple of notes, actually, from several works that we have done in digital services. And we have always concluded, based upon our consumer lab research, that all these digital services actually should always be available. There should not be restriction to any of those. Also, another thing that to us is quite important, access to personal information should be authorized by whoever has that information, owns that information. That is not happening. The right to privacy, among others, for example, should be protected, and that is not happening. So essentially, we took some of those principles and we worked on some solutions to see where we landed. This, therefore, the nature of the disruptive work that we're doing. Because currently, pretty much everything is considered a given. And in essence, the over-the-top world, for example, is taking over on identity matters, you know, and it's actually kind of like marketing your information and using all kinds of things with your personal information, as you all know. So at Ericsson, we believe somehow that every device, every mobile phone like yours or mine in this case, should be a digital identity. And that's something that a lot of people, even some in this room, trust as well and believe. So this should be your trusted digital identity. This stays with you all the time. This could be used as a piece of authentication. This could be used as a piece of attribute support and consent management. This could be also used as some piece of authorization and consent management. So this is your key piece for the future. It is also a key piece of the future because it grants you access very simply to all the kind of services that we saw cool in a very cool fashion being displayed today. So that's amazing. And the other thing, and I think probably the most important, is this is a digital wallet. Here you can do everything literally today. You can try, I mean, you see a lot of use cases as we move along. So a basket of opportunities, we said. And in this basket of opportunities, this is everybody's game today because, I mean, with new devices coming, with new things getting connected by the minute, with new services launched every other second, I mean, decisions made in real time and so on and so forth, new cloud services and so on and so forth. I mean, there are literally billions of opportunities to everybody in this room, operators, service providers, developers, and whatnot. However, this is not going to come easy, and there are challenges, and there are constant challenges to everything that we do. And for us, I mean, that comes in the way of at least 3 major areas where we have seen it. Organized crime, for that matter, for sure. Industrial espionage, we have seen this. I mean, I don't know if everybody's familiar with the last, for example, the Ericsson story in China, for example. Defacers hacking all over the place, even though, of course, this is a nice hacking event. So great stuff, but also very dangerous for our own privacy. Now, how can we overcome all these challenges? I mean, this is quite important to us, and this is where we are acting. As I said, this is my digital identity. What I'm showing you is a smart app that we created following the principles of mobile digital identity at Ericsson and in cooperation with GSMA Mobile Connect program. I'll get to that a little bit more in detail, but this is my digital identity. I use this for almost everything today. I'll get to the breakdown of that later. Mobile digital identity, or also known as MDI for short, is a solution that helps you convert your mobile devices into digital identities. That's simple. We use credentials existing in the mobile network operators as differentiators to protect your identity. This can be achieved easily. It can be achieved, I mean, anywhere, anytime, from any device. That's the kind of like the principle. And also help operators, like some of the operators that are here. We have had talks on these areas, but we are talking to many operators globally. I mean, about how we can convert them into identity providers and challenge the actually established identity providers, which today are basically the social media login proponents, like, for example, Google, Twitter, and Facebook, who in a combined market, for example, address about 1.2, 1.3 billion identities today, the largest by far. Nowadays, operators, mobile operators in this ecosystem can address close to 7 billion identities for a larger scope for you developers and community to develop further. So this is a kind of like a global picture of the authentication and identity solution. As you can see, I mean, on the far right, on the far left, there is the application that sits on the smart app that sits on my mobile phone based on SIM credentials. I can access from there multiple areas, leisure, work, I mean, e-health. I can log in into a federation of operators belonging into this area of identity management. And then from there, I can access any service globally, whether it's a communication services, media services, digital services of any kind. And this can extend actually to a global and trusted ecosystem, which is even better. I mean, we work with the One API or the former One API Exchange and now converted into API Exchange. We provide our own APIs, SDKs, and whatnot. So these are available for you as a community to help us build further on this. As I said before, tons of use cases. Not going to talk about use cases, but towards the end, I'll show you quite a few interesting cases, disruptive cases. But from access to online services, to enterprise security, all the way to banking, financials, access to e-government services, all services managed with different types of authentication technologies, from MSE, SMSC plus URL, to MSSP, to smart apps, to SIM applets, to biometrics, all the way to GBA technology. You are using MDI as a kind of umbrella platform to address all kinds of cases. What is the opportunity, actually, for everybody in this room? I mean, first, of course, to us it's important to have someone that leverages the ecosystem, and that's you. I'm here more on a recruiting mission than anything. We have already spent quite a couple of years developing this, but we need, obviously, the ecosystem, and I like you to recruit you as, you know, a key part into this chaotic kind of mind world of personal information, which is not necessarily good, guys. This is really bad. But then I like you also to be quite participants, quite active, proactive participant in developing for a market that is extremely worthy. This is a market that markets identity and access management forecast for 2018, $10.4 billion. Depending upon analysts, this will be probably even bigger. What is the mission? Very simple. Design and deploy disruptive and advanced mobile authentication and digital identity solutions for this network society that comes in the near future or is already there. This is a picture that shows a little bit of the uneven distribution or how the monetization works in this area. On the far left, you have basically the people that make money, the banks, the financial institutions, the over-the-top providers, new banks and things like that, that can monetize actually what we call the levels of assurance 3 and 4, where you are basically charging per transactions because of obviously the liabilities. Extremely great amount of money in that area. E-government services, financials, payment systems, you name it. And the other one is more horizontal, towards the center. You see there all the social login, where we believe that perhaps this should be handled as a freemium type of model. So be equal. So business with simplicity. Let me show you the application and how the application stuff looks like very quickly. This is the mobile phone. You can see an icon there in the center, the application for Mobile Connect in the corner. Simple use. Okay, once you click that button, you get to the smart app for sure. And then you can manage your profile. You can click buttons to basically launch an authentication to the service provider of your choice, get authenticated right away in a matter of seconds. You can get actually branding space, actually, for your service provider capacity or for your, if you are an MNO. You have also feature applications in the bottom where you can move around the applications that are more successful and the ones that are actually more relevant at the moment. And then you can have also connected applications. So it's actually an entire ecosystem, very dynamic, that you can brand and even sell, applications, marketing type of advertising, you name it. Many ways to monetize on a simple smart app. We are after people like you that can create even beyond those things. And I'm going to give you an example. These are 3 applications, quick mock-ups on the Mobile Connect and Ericsson MDI application platform. One is for an airline, Flico Airline. Another one is for a small store, retail store. And another one is for a social media site. And the only thing that is common there is actually the Mobile Connect button that you see in the center, exaggerated a bit, just so you can see. But literally, the moment that you press that button, you have basically the trust that this is going to be done in a way that you control the actual trust, the security is in your hands. Personal information matters, and it's in your hands now, not in somebody else's hands. So what are all these disrupting solutions, and what we have done at Ericsson with all this technology? Basically, we are creating multiple solutions, and I'm going to show you a couple of them. We use this technology for IMS and VoLTE identification. We use this for secure voice. We use this for voice over Wi-Fi. In the center, dead center, you see something interesting called precision agriculture. I'll talk a little bit more about that as we go along, so you can see a little bit of the cool things that are happening. Web identity, mobile identity, trusted proxies for e-government type of applications, smart buildings, e-government security, all kinds of application. Very, very rich ecosystem. This is some of the solutions, for example, that we have leveraged. I was interested also to see a little bit of the obviously interesting thoughts about IoT and how things don't seem to make sense if everything got connected. But I'm going to give you an example so people can see actually the value. These are 3 applications that we have launched already in the industry. One in the center, again, is the agriculture application. This is a project that we launched in Germany, and we're working together with Intel, with SAP, and a small startup in Germany called MyOmega Technologies, and Ericsson. Nice formation, very diverse, very interesting. It's a precision agriculture project. I'm going to walk you through that. But the goal of that project was actually produce the best possible wine. And that actually is a tricky thing, because people believe that wine has been around for billions of years, literally, right? Sorry, not billions. For many years. But interestingly enough, grapes and everything in the process is actually a complex thing, right? So let me walk you through that. Plants to produce wine can literally be identified. And in fact, this is one of the most complex things about producing the right grape for wine. Plants can be actually even singled out. So we managed to work with this company, as I said, and develop the gateway that you see like a little spider hanging in there. And we put in there identity technology, and we put also security technology. And the goal was to actually capture the data that was surrounding each plant in a very unique fashion, so to guarantee not only the identity, but also the data integrity all the way from the plant to enterprise servers sitting, as you can see in the screen. So the people can go and see, literally, as you can see, trending and monitoring and everything in their apps or in their devices, the evolution of the wine. So this is not a short cycle, actually. So the harvesting process is long. But then we have in the back end, we have technology from SAP HANA, real-time databases and analytics, so we can measure not only temperature, water levels, soil conditions, everything that is measurable around the plant and its own identity, and see what plants are producing the best grapes and the end process of the actual process of the harvesting. Next, of course, we move inside the actual cellars. And as you can see, I mean, we can not only monitor the grapes and the grape production, but we can also measure the quality inside the cellars and how the process is actually, let's say, is taking place from all the way to the cellar to actual storage in barrels, what kind of barrels, and so on and so forth. Literally, a complete ecosystem that people believed that was under control. But now the first early measures are indicated that perhaps over 40% of the harvest is improved. And this absolutely astonishes for a multi-billion-dollar industry when you get vineyards that are producing 20 to 40% better grape and better wine quality in a multi-billion-dollar business. And that's just by using identity, security, authentication, measures like that in a whole ecosystem. We apply this also to smart buildings nowadays. We at Ericsson are in the process of adopting or eliminating our cards to access the buildings. So the big building recognize your mobile or your devices and basically act upon and authorizes you to enter the buildings. And also not only that, but also even sort of like tap into your devices to try to block you from accessing different areas that you're not supposed to enter, for example. So all of this is possible. You guys know about all this. So I'm in a recruiting mode, I said. I'm really, really interested in exploring this ecosystem with more people, capable people, competent people, brilliant people like you guys are. And not only as customers, I mean, there are great developers here. I've seen great examples of good technology today. I've seen also operators. With some of them, we're talking about some of the solutions that we do. I've seen also service providers. I see also vendors. I invite you all to really work together on this. This is an amazing and something that, I mean, we all can do together. Privacy, security, trust, simplicity, all combined into this very simple and beautiful device. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Pedro. Do we have any questions for Pedro? Okay, just hang on a sec.
Hello. I'd like to know a little bit more about the mobile digital identity. Yeah. Do you handle that centrally? And what is the difference related to what exists today with other services like the social media plugins? Because one of the issues is privacy of the users and the harvesting of all user activity in different platforms. And that's, at least in my opinion and a lot of people, one of the challenge. It's not the cost, but it's the cost in terms of paying with your privacy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you. Let me take this. Thank you. I think it's an excellent question, actually. So thank you for that. The identity market, as you know, is quite fragmented, extremely fragmented. There are solutions all over the place, as you sort of realize. I mean, we took the approach of trying to create an environment that is wide open. This is a cloud-based service. We don't store any data like others that do identity management, for example, Social Login does. Take the data, store the data, mine the data, analyze the data, own the data. We don't do that. We basically are deployed in the cloud, in Ericsson Cloud systems, and essentially from there, we basically work with the community, the operators, and use the data that operators have in their ecosystems. Like, for example, let's say here, I don't know, the local operator has their own HLRs, HSS, and they have their own data that they basically have a relation of trust with the operator. And so it does in Canada, where I'm coming from, in Sweden, and whoever, right? So the data is stored in the operator premises. We basically act as data processor, not as we call data controllers. So we don't own or mine or use any data. That's our manifesto. Now, we understand that operators have assets, and those assets, as for example, the HLRs, the HSS, the CUDVs, and the data, let's say, where all this information resides. And so it does the banks, for example. We are working closely now to move into the next stage of attributes handling and identification for bank and government. They also own their repositories, their LDAPs, and so on and so forth. So from that perspective, we just basically ask at data processors and basically route all the information to the right authenticators that the service provider choose, or choose, sorry. Let's say a bank has credentials, has bank IDs, or government do the same, and they need some sort of authentication. We have in the platform that is sitting in our clouds, our servers and application servers and whatnot, all the routing technology to basically route to the different authenticators, whether it's an SMSC plus URL, a one-time password, or a biometric, or some sort of authentication, advanced or not, that the operator chooses or the service provider chooses. So we never touch or store any data. Did I answer that question? So it's a large federation of operators, and everybody is in charge of the data. We don't deal with any data at Ericsson.
So for the sake of time, thank you, Pedro. That was a great follow-on from last year's presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So moving on, Mr. Bodie, will you come on down? This is definitely...
I'm not doing this alone.
Thank you.
And I'll talk.
So it's definitely last, but definitely not least. So this will run for the next 20 minutes, and then we'll have the exhibition running if you want to catch up with any of the sponsors. And then for those that have the blue stickers, I think all the blue stickers have been distributed now. So we'll meet down in the lobby at 6:30 to catch the coaches to go, whoa, you okay? Oh no, we nearly lost him there.
Dangerous. So who's wandered off with the adapter? Has Matthew got the adapter?
Yeah,
Oh.
just hang on a sec. We'll borrow yours. This is
You're too
Matthew's.
kind.
Remember, this is Matthew's.
Right. Well, that was
reminded them
exciting,
twice.
wasn't it?
And just one other thing, we'll have another M poll coming out. It won't be by SMS. This will be by push notification to the app. So it's only going to be the TADS app users that will get that M poll. Okay? And with that, hopefully, there you go. Over to you, James.
There we go. Okay, well, we're just going to take about 5 minutes, well, probably a bit more if Arthur's got anything to do with it, to tell you about what's going to happen tomorrow before lunch. We're going to do the next iteration of our big, dangerous demo. We've got 100 minutes to do it. We've got about, well, 6 main lumps to it, but it's going to be multi-threaded. We've got 14 partners, now 15, because we've just agreed that we're going to build in a little bit of matrix in there just to make it even more fun. And we're going to, well, if half of it works, it's going to be brilliant. But before I do my little spiel, I'll just hand over to Paul, who will just recap how this all started. So, there we go.
Thank you.
Does that work?
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, James. So, just to give a bit of a history, this first kicked off at TAD Hack in June 2014. And at the hack, combination of Canonical with a Juju platform, the guys from Ubuntu, Telestacks with their RESTCOM platform, and Metaswitch with Clearwater, we put together a hack showing how you could build an IMS in minutes. And there's the link there, did a demo. Alan very kindly narrated the demo, did a good job of it. So that was the basis and where it all kicked off. So we took it from there to last TADSummit, Istanbul, November last year, and we added TruePhone. TruePhone came and provided the mobile network, the core infrastructure, the mobile numbers, and we put together an IVR polling demo. This was running on Amazon Web Services. It was the same combination of Metaswitch with Project Clearwater, Canonical with the Juju platform, Telestacks with RESTCOM, and then integrating into the TruePhone network. And this shows you the network infrastructure. We had a IVR application running on top of Telestacks, which is just a voice server you just dialed in. And we're going to have a demo tomorrow where you can just dial in and you just interacted. The one we had last year, you just had to answer a few questions and you got beer tokens courtesy of TruePhone, which was very successful. So I'll hand it back to James now and he can tell you a bit more about what we're doing this year.
Well, yeah, I'm going to cheat because I'm just going to hand it over to Arthur, who's going to tell you a bit about the core of this, which is the underlying cloud-based infrastructure.
Yeah. Hello. All right. So, hi, I'm Arthur Tylock. I'm with Canonical, company behind developing and supporting Ubuntu, the most popular operating system in the cloud. Most of the services is running on Ubuntu. So we are working with our partners on those demos and all those services. So behind all those services and demos you will see tomorrow, there is
not all of them, most
except one, which will join us soon. We have a Juju as a common way to model and deploy services. So how we look at this is when you look at the need for a new service, there's usually some problem and some use case you build from the business perspective to define the solution, and then you model and build a solution reusing other services or applications. So there's a similar when you look at the developers, and we have some problem with
it's building.
Slides. Okay, they're completely.
Is it mucked it up?
Yeah.
Just press the button.
Anyway, when you look at the developers, how they model services, they also look at this from this perspective. So when you look at the group of the developers working on the new concept, they usually next to the whiteboard drawing those concept of various functions you need to implement the service. And that's what we also did with Juju. So we provide a live model for service developers, for developers to abstract the functionality and services and deploy them on various machines. And this could be a virtual machine, containers, bare metal machines, and there will be more examples tomorrow. And those services deployed and connected will let you to continue this and create another iteration of the services and maintain this live model. So more will be tomorrow when we will demonstrate various services deployed on Amazon, on containers, on Docker. This will be, I think, very interesting to see how easy it is to deploy this model and then consume this service very quickly. And again, the basic concept behind the services we are implementing or we have implemented also for tomorrow's demos is a concept of service and relation between those. And in our case, you will see some example of the IMS, SDP, billing, and other telco functionality deploy.
That's where you.
I think my deck is okay. It's completely mixed.
I think you're done.
Yeah. So there is more for you
more.
tomorrow.
Yeah, bearing in mind this is just a teaser. Thank you for that, Arthur.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit more detail of what we're going to do. We're going to have all these building blocks in there and more. We've arranged it into a number of danger zones, and this is roughly what we're going to do. There's going to be the beginning-y bit with all these people involved. One of the central threads that's going to run right the way through the entire demo is going to be a scalability module. And what we're going to do there is we're going to gradually wind up traffic in the background to force the infrastructure to rescale, refactor, load balance across all of the components. And that'll be quite interesting because we haven't actually done that before. We're going to see how big we can get by the end of the demo. We're hoping for somewhere between 50,000 and 100,000 calls, but we'll see where we get to. So that's danger zone number 1. Danger zone number 2 is all about building telco infrastructure using containers, and our Russian friends from Data Art are going to help us with that. That's going to be a huge amount of fun. And by the way, all the way through this, you will be required to interact with it, and so you can play with the demo. It's live, it's real. Bring your cell phones. Danger zone number 3, we'll add real-time billing to this. And again, we're going to be generating real-time events, SMS-based, voice call-based as well. And we'll be able to watch those events trickling down into the billing system in, well, not quite real time, but very near real time. Danger zone number 4. Yes, it's our good friend Jean Darul, who is a dangerous person in himself, going to be demonstrating how it all drops into Docker and LXD, that sort of thing. He is a dangerous person, even more dangerous than me. Danger zone number 5, widget to call. So this is going to be our French friends from Happy Days are going to have a conference bridge, but will be a conference bridge that you can join. And it's going to be initiated with an SMS message. I don't want to spoil too much, but by the magic of Happy Days, you'll all be joined together on a conference call. Danger zone number 6. This is particularly dangerous because this is the bit that's not containerized yet. This is the gorilla in the room. It's Doug again. And we're going to be demonstrating WebRTC bits and pieces, but in particular on mobile platforms. And those of you who do WebRTC know how difficult it is to run WebRTC on a mobile platform, particularly on an iPhone. So we'll be showing that. That's reasonably dangerous in itself. We've got a few other bits and pieces thrown in there, like Matthew and his matrix stuff, and a few other people in there too. Too numerous to mention. And what's the final thing I was going to say? And yeah, at the end, we'll then collapse the whole thing back down on itself, to turn off all the traffic and watch it go back to its start state again. And then at the end of that, hopefully we'll be able to calculate the cost of running the infrastructure for all those calls, which I think you'll be surprised with. It's going to be surprisingly small, I hope. So that's it. This will take, that's it from me. We'll do the full demo tomorrow morning just before lunch.
That's right. Excellent. Thank you so much, James. And just to mention that we have 2 other work streams running in parallel. I know James thinks you're all going to be at his. But we have work stream number 4, which is going to be on disruptive developers. So we're going to see some excellent presentations there on developers using telecom app capabilities to disrupt quite a few different businesses. And we will be continuing the work stream on telcos making a difference, where again we're going to hear from a number of service providers in what they're doing in disrupting and using telecom app capabilities to deliver new services. So that wraps up all we're going to do today. So thanks to all the presenters, thanks to all the team on the AV, on video, to Karen and Megan for all their hard work in getting us all registered in. We now take a break. Exhibition's open through till 6:30. Be downstairs if you've got a blue sticker on your badge, and we'll go and grab the buses to go down to Cafe Lusso. So thanks again, and we'll see you all bright and early tomorrow, where the topic tables will start at 8 a.m. Thanks a lot.